Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I'm your host. Let me get this. Can you guys hear me okay? I am on a different program today. Let me know if the sound is okay. Welcome in. Welcome in. We have got some stuff to talk about. I think that what is going on is absolutely redonkulous. And I think that you guys need to know, like, what's going on. I'm sure you've heard it from other channels by now. Thanks, Kels. Welcome in, guys. What's up, Mark Klein? Good to see you. Stephanie says something smells fishy. Fishy. Yeah, something's really not right. I don't know what the end game is here, but maybe we can try to figure it out. I knew after I heard this last night that I was going to have to talk about it because it's absolutely just too ridiculous not to.
You don't hold account.
It's absolutely too ridiculous not to. So first, before we get into what he went on Brittany J's panel and spewed last night, I want to play the video that I put out yesterday. I'm sure you guys have seen it. I want to give Queen Bee a shout out because she played it last night and she's like, she did a good fucking job. And I was like, thanks. It took me a while to put this together, but you know, it was just like, I can't believe the people that were targeted, the ones that all met Seth in person. And then B, he goes on Brittany J's last night and he tells more disgusting stories that nobody needs to know. And he puts these stories out there and then he says, cease and desist from talking about it. You don't get to cease and desist someone because you have regrets. That's not the way it works. You can't cease and desist on someone just because you don't like what they're saying. But you're the one that initially put it out there. I feel bad for Sebastian too, and it's no wonder that he's disappeared. And this dude is talking about getting him back. Oh, I have a lawyer so I can get custody back when he comes home. What on God's green earth makes him think he's going to get custody? All right, so first let's listen to the video from yesterday. In case you didn't see it, we can discuss it briefly. Then I want to give most of the attention to this live to what was said last night.
Seth says if you want to help, you can do so by handing out flyers and keeping Sebastian's name visible.
Now, the first thing Seth says, what you can do is hand out flyers and keeping Sebastian's name visible. But now he's told people stories and he keeps telling nasty stories. What's up, Trey? He keeps telling nasty stories, but then he's mad because people talk about it. So this, it's so hypocritical. It's astounding to me. What's up, Bren? Hey, Diana and Jammers. Thanks for being here. What's up, Amy?
As if you want to help, you can do so by handing out flyers and keeping Sebastian's name visible.
That a bunch of YouTubers and others involved in helping look for Sebastian, received a letter from an attorney.
You can't just run around sending cease and desist letters for things you don't like. And shit, I would hand them out at this place all the time. Like,
cease and desist.
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 Sending out cease and desist, huh?
Cease and desist letter. Cease and desist.
Cease and desist.
Notice to cease and desist.
Cease and desist orders.
Cease and desist.
50 cease and desist letters. Cease and desist.
What can people do to help with Sebastian?
Cease and desist.
Let's dive into that. What can we do as a community to continue to support and push to fight to find Sebastian? Because I feel like the drama's gotten too crazy and we need to get refocused. And
so this drama is not helping find my son.
Show you this while you're here. Did you hear that video that I played?
Hold on. No, I haven't, but hold on. Let me finish what I was saying.
Go ahead. Keep going. You're good.
Need people to join the Facebook page.
You hear this? Okay, so what really got me with this part was here T-Rev was trying to show him a video that was possibly Sebastian from YouTube, from a Sebastian Rogers YouTube channel. And he's like, "Hey, do you want to see that video?" And Seth is like, "No, man, hold on. Let me finish what I was saying about the Facebook page and addresses."
There'll be it's not a link, but it should be a post up there so I can find out what people are, so I can send them
Cease and desist letter.
Flyers. And I need people's addresses. You can either give them to me or not. Doesn't matter. I'll send
Notice to cease and desist.
stacks of flyers to people.
Yeah.
Just so they can hand them out. I mean, I know that.
Okay, and then you're going to hear him say in Brittany J's that he needs resources. He doesn't have money for resources. Something along those lines. But here he's saying he's got stacks of flyers and he's going to pay the cost of shipping that heavy ass paper. Y'all know how much shipping costs nowadays. What's up, Zebra? Sunday Fun Day. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're having a good morning. So he's expecting, and when I first heard this, I called it out as bullshit. There's no way this dude is going to pay shipping on heavy ass boxes of paper. Shipping is so expensive nowadays. So he's like, I need your thing. Well, and here we have Terry Lynn, who's been going to Staples or wherever and getting them for free. And now they've stopped. They're not giving her free ones anymore. But he's sitting here saying, "Oh, I've got stacks of them and I'll mail them to you if you give me, your address."
There's places that'll give it free, but I can get all the flyers people want and I'll mail them to y'all. If I had come across somebody and I think they're a decent person,
I don't even know where to begin. I can tell you that a bunch of YouTubers and others involved in helping look for Sebastian received a letter from an attorney. It was a cease and desist order.
or they can help me further my goal, which is to find my son. Why am I getting penalized from people because I'm trying to find my son? Can't people put their petty differences aside?
50 cease and desist letters were sent out.
And realize that there's a 15-year-old kid out that's lost, missing.
Yeah.
Cry a river, build a bridge, get the F over it. Found it strange that a creator got a cease and desist, and then a couple days later, a bunch of creators did too. Did she send a copy to all of them? I wouldn't know. I'm Bullhorn Betty. I'm not.
You're nobody.
Oh no! I don't know what goes on it, and it goes on the ins and outs of there. Like I found out just like everybody else when you started seeing the thumbnails show up on YouTube. And it's like, well, you know, I understand. People are getting up to their freaking eyeballs with the bullying on these platforms. You don't control somebody. You don't control their behavior. You don't control what they wear, what they say, how they spend their money, how they talk. If you don't like it, fuck off. So shame on you, J is for justice. You know, maybe get something out of your mouth that's been in there way too long. That's what I would say to you. Just to say, buzz off. Buzz off. It's your problem. It's not the effing world's. Cry a river, build a bridge, get the F over it. So shame on you, J is for justice. You know, maybe get something out of your mouth that's been in there way too long.
Oh, what does that mean? Oh, she just took a shot at JLR. That's what that is. If anybody is misunderstanding, anybody know what that little low blow was? Get JLR's blank out of your blank. What are you jealous of Jay's relationship with JLR because he broke your heart and chose Magnolia? What a low blow. Is that why you're suddenly calling out Jay? Is that
I think
why
she's
you're
at
suddenly
church
white
this
knighting
morning.
with Tony and Seth Rogers to seek revenge and go?
I think she's at church this morning. She goes to church. She's an asshole all week and then goes to church on Sunday and gets a clean slate in her mind. That's the kind of person she is. Be an asshole all week. As long as you go to church on Sunday, you're all good.
Against JLR, we called it. We knew it. It's exactly why she's doing it.
You know? This nonsense that people can just treat people like shit and have no accountability for their actions is horseshit.
It is.
They have dogged that man and ran his name slapped through the mud over hurt feelings. Every last one of them cocksuckers should be sued out their ass for inflicting.
You know what's funny? Okay, so she's mad because I've been friends with JLR for like, I don't know, I think it's been like 10 years now that I've known JLR. And she's mad because I'm friends with him. I never even knew that she was his quote unquote girlfriend until he started dating Magnolia and she went off. Like, I had no idea. Whoops. Shit. I never knew that they were a thing. I knew that they went and, did these cases together. And she didn't like that he would give me updates. It was weird. So it was like, I had no idea that, they were even a thing. So whatever, Betty.
Intentionally additional distresses on that man.
Okay, so we are all intentionally putting distresses on Seth using his own words, right? Using his own words. However, she's proud of herself that she got Don Wells fired from his job. And she proudly wears a Justice for Summer Wells t-shirt while she's doing it. No, she's not married.
Him being fired from his job and being able to take money away from these despicable people is perfectly fine with me. Perfectly fine with me. I'm not losing any sleep over it. This was what I wanted to accomplish. It's accomplished. They are now officially no job, no money, no drugs.
At this site, did they get officially fired, or was it just this site?
They probably know that we will find and peacefully protest wherever Don goes.
At minimum,
we want him to tell law enforcement where his baby is. Where did they put her? We want to give her a proper burial. She deserves that much. She deserves that much.
Let's not get into the defamation or any other stuff or any other of the other legal claims. And if they are going to sue, go for the snake. Go for the head. And we all know who it is. That would be my suggestion. Just saying. If you're going to get one, make it go big or go home, baby. So if Seth or Tony are watching, if you do choose to hit one of them, make sure you go big or go home. Because we know who started all this shit for you. Go grab the ringleader.
You can't just run around sending cease and desist letters for things you don't like. And shit, I would hand them out at this place all the time. Like, that'd be half my job. Like, hey, cease and desist doing this. Cease and desist doing this.
I mean, is that not true with YouTube? We'd cease and desist doing everything if we could, right?
What is the ramifications of not ceasing and desisting? What are you gonna do, send me another letter? Unless you're actually gonna do something about it, it doesn't matter. Don't threaten someone unless you're actually gonna follow through.
Seth tells me as the search continues for now 91 days, he will not allow this to become a cold case.
When people stop looking, when people lose faith, it becomes a cold case.
All right, guys, I want to know what you think. Let me know in the chat if you think that Seth is hoping this becomes a cold case. And I will be right back in 1 minute. I have to say goodbye to my son who's leaving to go back to Michigan. So I'll be right back. Give me just 1 minute, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I didn't know they were leaving so soon, or I would have waited to go live. Hello from Michigan, says Amy. Welcome back, guys. We just finished watching that first video. I hate when my kids go back. Dolores says, I pray Sebastian is found alive and doesn't have to deal with these insane parents. CPS wouldn't give him to any of them at this point. Have you guys hit that like button? I know, Kels. Makes me sad. I'm trying not to be emotional about it, but it is hard. Even when your kids are grown, you know it? Yes. Thank you, Potato. Hi, Miss Vu. Yes, that's what we were saying, Jamie, that he sent the cease and desist to YouTubers that he met in person, which is even a bigger slap in the face. But before we get to that, oh, Roxy, I know it sucks. Reload, that's funny. Yeah, I'm okay. It is sad. There's Roxy. Thank you, Bunny. Hi, Bunny. Yeah, Rainy, it's not too nice. Aw, Kels, you're so sweet. Mama Bear, I know. Yeah, that was my video. I know. See? You know, what a good point. The Hatter's Madness. Wow. Like, you're so right. That was a really good point. I mean, oh. Amy says, my two are at home. I can lend them out if you want. That is so funny. But seriously, that just hit me in the gut when you said that. Sebastian definitely deserved better. Sebastian deserved the love of parents who tear up when he leaves. I feel like it is core. I feel like that's the common denominator. It's people that met him in person, except for Terry, because Terry doesn't call anything out. Terry has she has like a one-track mind, and it is to look for Sebastian. And she has not wavered from that. And that's probably why she's not getting one. She's not interested in giving her opinion on things like that. She doesn't care about things like that. We're all different people. I, however, do care about that because I think everything matters when your child is missing. Investigators don't just look at the last 2 weeks of your life when your child goes poof, disappearing. They have to look at the entire dynamic to understand the entire picture. Because how are you going to know what could have made the child poof disappear if you don't look into the backgrounds of everyone and what's been going on in their lives? I don't see where people say none of this matters. It all matters. Do you think that investigators say, oh, you know, the original parents when they were together, oh, that whole scenario doesn't matter? It's nuts. In my opinion, I think that is nuts. Thank you, Deborah. All right, before we get into Brittany J's live last night, I want to play this quick video. It's less than a minute. And I want to give a special thanks to Titties for reminding me of this video. What the hell? How do I? Hold on. So I can say one thing. I can say that I've never been called, or I've never been accused, rather, of turning a case into a money-making circus by a chief of police. That I can say has never happened to me.
I think you've got a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hope, and welcome, Holly. Yeah, I mean, for the chief of police to call you a money-making circus.
You've got a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
Thank you, Hope. Welcome, new members. Crazy. That's definitely not what I strive for. I can tell you that. I can tell you that much. All right, let's get into, and thank you for the gifted memberships. I'm having a hard time finding them on this platform here. I think I missed a super chat, and if I did, I am sorry. Tony said there is a YouTuber that had an affair with JLR. He found out the husband's name, and he's going to tell him. Girl, I hope they are not trying to accuse you. Deborah, I hope they are. I hope they are trying to accuse me, because that is the perfect situation for a cease and desist. And what follows a cease and desist. Because it's all about what's true and what's not true. If you're talking about stuff that's true, it's not defamation. True things are not defamation. So I hope it is me, because she's already alluded that it's me. And she could, you know what? I could bring my husband in here right now and we could talk about JLR. He knows all about JLR and my friendship with JLR. There's no secrets here. Bring it all in. Bring it all in, Tony. TikTok, Tony. You can't go around spreading mistruths about people. That's what's illegal. And I have a business. This is my business. It's called defamation. Right? So bring it all in. If I had that soundbite, I would definitely play it. But I don't. We'll do an air horn. It's okay, Melanator. I'm serious. Like, my husband knows all about everything on YouTube. Like, there's no secrets between that. He does. He does have a girlfriend. Hey, Flo. Thank you. She says, it's me. He. Good morning, Miss Flo. All right, let's get into this. This is right before Seth joins the panel, but let me introduce to you Brittany J. This is her panel, and she has along with her Nana's Dragonfly and my best friend Jules of Thought. Jules of Thought, let's talk about this for a second. She's a quote unquote counselor and she teaches co-parenting, she says in this video. But a couple of years back, Jewels of Thought brought Frank Rusek. She brings the father of Shanann Watts into my live stream where we're talking about the case. A counselor, if you will. You know, these people on YouTube are just out of their damn minds. It's all about inserting themselves. Who can get the closest to these parents? Why would you subject the father of Shanann Watts to live streams where people are speculating on the crime? Ugh. But anyways, that's who's on this panel.
It is Ian. Hold on.
Panel for real quick.
Hey. Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, so he says it's going to be really quick. It ends up being about 52 minutes. But where is he?
Before I put you on panel,
Okay,
you want
I'll
to turn
be
it
quiet.
off?
I'll be quiet.
All right, hold on. I can't hear you. Let me put you up. Hold on. Let me let him turn his camera off. It is Ian. Hold on.
Panel for
So I don't know what kind of, is that like a strip light? Like, I don't know where he's at, but somebody went live last night and said he was in Texas. And there was some talk about someone going into a Texas Walmart and demanding that Sebastian's flyer be removed. Did you guys hear anything about that? That's not a fan blade. That's like a light. You heard that too, For? I don't know where that originated from, though, so I don't know if that's even true. It sounds a little out there. But someone said he was in Texas. I don't know. All right, so he just flicked on his camera for a second and then flicked it off, and then the rest we don't see him, so let's get into it. It could be definitely a rumor. Sue says he's in Tennessee, rumored about Texas. I don't know where these rumors even begin from. It's so weird. But in this case, you don't know what's a rumor and what's true because there's so much BS. You have to question everything.
real quick.
Hey. Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, listen, I promise you here, no one's going to disrespect
I'm just going to make this quick because
Okay.
it's 11 o'clock at night. I've been busy all day.
Okay.
And I got an early morning. I've got searchers coming in again next week. Got places to go. Got to get what little sleep I can.
I understand.
I sent out cease and desist. These people are nasty.
Oh, they are.
And no parent of a missing child should ever have to sit there and listen to the people slander him and I've listened to people
to slander him and he didn't know what to say, defame him. You're not defaming someone when you're playing their own words. He's been busy all day. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but it's not defamation. It's not slander when you've actually done it.
people call my son a sexual offender. I've listened to people call me one.
Okay. I have never heard anyone call Sebastian that. Put a 1 in chat if you've seen anyone say anything derogatory about Sebastian Rogers other than his parents. Put a 1 in chat if you have seen anyone say that about Sebastian. And then he says, and I've heard people call me one. Well, that's because you got with Katie when she was underage. But he definitely denies it. He denies that he had any interactions, relations with Katie before she was 18. Yeah, no one says that. They said that. Actually, wasn't it Seth that came out and said that Chris Proudfoot was going to say that say some things that would make people think that about him? Mm-hmm. Exactly, Rocco. That's what I heard too. I've never said that, and I've never heard any creator say that. Don't put Sebastian in that bucket.
Yep.
All right. I didn't have any relations with Sebastian's mother until she was way after the age of 18.
Way after? Way after? Okay, what we're going to do right now is we're going to do a little mathy math. Okay? Bear with me, folks. Bear with me, folks. Some of you might think this is petty, but why lie, right? Seth is 43. His birth date is in June. I don't know what date in June, but as it stands, he's 43. He was born in 1980. Okay, 1980. Katie Payne is 34. She will be 35 in August. She was born in 89. Sebastian was born in 08. Okay. Sebastian was born in 08. Let's do some math. So we have the 9-year difference, right? So if Katie was born in 1989, she was 19. Okay. She turned 19 in August of that year. So she was pregnant when she was 18, right? So he's thinking, oh, just Sebastian, I'm going to mention. So what happened to the other 2 babies that he spoke about? Exactly. Sandwich. Exactly. What happened to the other 2? When did those happen? During her 18th year, she had 2. The math isn't mathing. The math is not mathing. Keto Kim, thank you. So why lie unless it's true? Why are you going to lie? Like we can't do math? And if he's going to lie about this, that is blatantly obvious information. What else is he lying about? How can you believe anything when he's lying about something that we could figure out with a simple math problem? That's the only reason, Roxy. Why would you lie? That's what he said. My cat's name is Karen. Yeah, who is he? Bill Clinton? Relations. I never had relations with that woman. Then he talks about taking her to get her driver's license. He was like a dad. Dude, it's weird. It's weird.
Before I put you on panel, you're going to turn it off?
About me, but when you start talking trash about my son, or you're using pictures of my son and stupid little things for click me bait because you guys want to make money, and when I say you all, I mean everybody who's out there. When my YouTube channel comes out and I sit there and I make people pay for a membership to listen to me give updates, I know that I'm going to receive nothing but negative attention about it. nothing but negative attention, because Lord knows I'm the child's father. I need to make sure I have flyers. I need more yard signs. I need more materials and more resources.
Oh, wow. Because he just said, give me your address and I'll send you all the flyers you want. I'll send you all the flyers you want. Karen says, my girls are in high school and have never had a boyfriend. I think it depends on the kid and the parents and what they allow.
And there's not enough.
Absolutely.
There is not enough until my son comes home. People want to talk about me being at work. That's my personal life. Get over it. You're not going to find out if I'm at work or not. It's none of your business.
Actually, sir, it is our business, because you have not been cleared by law enforcement, and you keep saying how easy it is for them to prove that you were at work. Now, do you really think that law enforcement that is investigating this case is going to sit back while a father does this? Like, they're going to sit back and let an innocent man that they have on camera at work, that they have already cleared, but they're just not saying it publicly, they're gonna sit back and watch him go through this? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And what's the appropriate age for a girl to have a boyfriend? I don't know. But that boyfriend should be the same age. That boyfriend shouldn't be 9 years her senior. I mean, would you let your 16-year-old date a 25-year-old man? Because isn't that driving age?
I've had people infiltrate my home. I've had people sit there and literally lie and have conversations that you just wouldn't have with a person. Not if you actually had a soul. And to have people come in afterwards and call me on a live chat, and I didn't even know I was live, and start asking me questions about stuff that I had no idea what was going on.
What is he talking about? Who did that? What live stream is that?
That's pretty dirty. All right. And then sit there. I get phone calls from Sumner County and from TBI about everything that's going on. Well, they need to stay in their lane. Don't ask me what I have
So now, okay, TikTok Tony just said they don't get any communication with law enforcement. Now he says they call him for everything. And Marilyn is correct. FMLA does not pay you. It just holds your job. If you don't have long-term disability and you're on FMLA, you're not getting paid. Mark Klein, because it probably was. I mean, what other girl? He said I didn't date for 6 years after the divorce. Did he ever? Fictitious girlfriend? I don't know.
civil attorney doing for me? All right. They need to be focused on investigating and finding my son. But every time one of these creators open their mouth, and I say that term very loosely because there's a lot of YouTubers out there that are not creators. All they are is, we'll take what this person did and we'll go over it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
and
right.
I'll tell you,
why is she agreeing with him? Brittany, why are you agreeing with that? Because you played a bunch of my lives going over things like he just said. Why are you saying, yeah, you're right? You did the same damn thing. What the fuck?
Asking me questions about stuff that I had no idea what was going on. That's pretty dirty.
So he's talking about Smiley.
All right. And then sit there.
he knew exactly what was going on. And he talked to Smiley like shit. Seth, if you didn't think you were on panel and you thought that was just you and Smiley, how dare you speak to her like that? You talked to her like a dog. And then you were embarrassed because you knew that you sounded like an asshole to her. That's the only reason you're mad about it. You shouldn't have been mad. You shouldn't have been talking to her like that. Had you just talked to her like a normal person, you wouldn't even be talking about this right now. Oh, I didn't know. It's no excuse. You got caught being rude. Own it. Apologize and move on.
I get phone calls from Sumner County and from TBI about everything that's going on. Well, they need to stay in their lane. Don't ask me what I have a civil attorney doing for me. All right. They need to be focused on investigating and finding my son. But every time one of these creators open their mouth, and I say that term very loosely because there's a lot of YouTubers out there that are not creators. All they are is, we'll take what this person did and we'll go over it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And I'll tell you right now,
okay,
I have no respect for them. I don't. But that's my personal opinion. And I don't care if somebody has respect for me or not. I'm looking for my son. And I'd say,
if you don't care if people have respect for you, why are you sending out cease and desist?
I will dance with the devil and show the devil a few moves in order to find my son. And that means I'll do whatever I need to do within the limits of the law, because me going to jail doesn't help my son.
Right.
But I will never stop looking for him. And anybody that wants to be.
Why would he go to jail? Why would he go to jail? And Potato, you got that right. There are no sides here except Sebastian. I know, Kels. Like, nothing like throwing me out there, right? Stick up for yourself and what you do on your channel to him. Why does everybody bow down to this dude? Why does everybody bow down to this dude when he comes on their panel? I don't get it. Wait for the stories. It gets worse. It's disgusting.
An obstacle in my way, I feel sorry for them. Because karma's a bitch. And God will knock them down.
You're right about that. I want to clear something up with you while you're here. This
just so you know, I sent 6 people cease and desist. 6. Not 50. Okay. Yeah, 6. Not 50 like T-Rev is talking about. And I tell you what, anybody that's out here on a YouTube, whether they're a creator or whatever they want to classify themselves at, if they're literally out there spreading Sebastian's case in a positive light, not a negative light. There's enough negativity in this world. People say I start drama. Don't ask me questions that start drama. I'll give you an honest answer.
Okay. Yeah, we've heard so many honest answers. Hold on. I need to pin a comment here. Let's see. Where did it go? Where did it go? Yes, he does know how to play on emotions. That's so right. Maybe you guys deleted it. Freezer burnt is correct, though. It's revolting. It's awful. It's horrible. It's the worst thing. She wanted to keep him talking. I think that maybe she should help him understand YouTube. That's what we do. We go over, if you're getting the parents talking every day on YouTube and there's a kid missing, that's what people do. I just don't understand that. He was made a moderator somewhere the other day. Yeah, he's busy. Yeah, there's no sides here on these parents, that's for sure. I guess it was deleted. Thanks, Moss.
You may not like the fact that I give an honest answer, and other people may not like the fact that I am brutally honest. But it'll even say in one of those declarations that Katie wrote in my divorce that I tell people the truth. And I literally will sit there and state whether it has anything to do with it. And that always used to piss her off.
It was a comment that it might have gotten deleted about like, oh, just because he knew her doesn't mean he was screwing her. I think that's what you meant to write. Okay. So you meet someone as a young teenager and you're 9 years older and you think it's okay to just wait until they flip the age of 18 and then get in their pants? You think that's moral? And do you really think that self-control was had? In my opinion, I don't think that self-control was had because he said she had 2 other pregnancies.
She hated it when I talked about anything that was going on in the house. She was like, that's a random stranger. I've been like, well, I can't talk to you about it. I'm going to talk to a random person that doesn't know anything and bounce the ideas off of them because they might have the answer. God may say, this is how you should answer this gentleman and give me the answer because God works in mysterious ways. That crazy person that's asking for change out there on the street corner, that person could have an answer. The first places that I hit were homeless encampments.
The person on the corner could have what?
I've been homeless before. Thank you.
Oh, and here we go. He's going to blame. Seth is perpetually a victim. He's going to blame Katie, who went in the military. Now we have to give her props. She went in the military. She got insurance for Sebastian and she earned money. So Sebastian had a roof over his head and food to eat and air conditioning and heat in the house. She was working. And then he's going to blame her because she divorced him and he didn't have a pot to piss in. Yeah, Ginger, I don't know. Who knows? And who knows what happened to her in the military? Back then, things weren't like they are now. But for people to call her a lazy parent and she was in the military, someone in the military is anything but lazy. They're not allowed to be lazy. Right, exactly, Karen. That's why he's a liar. He's a liar. And he says, I'm brutally honest. No, you're not.
To my ex-wife for making me homeless. Why didn't I give full custody? I was homeless.
You see this? It's Katie's fault. It's Katie's fault.
Being in a vehicle. I praise God every day. I got joint custody. Do you think I wanted full custody? Without a doubt. I should have my son living with me right now. But yet I'm still a suspect of my son's disappearance.
Yep, you heard it out of his own mouth. You heard it out of his own mouth. He's a suspect in his son's disappearance. Have you ever heard him say that? Have you ever heard him say he is a suspect? I've heard them say they're not cleared. I've heard Chris Proudfoot say we're cooperating. I've heard the police say they're cooperating. He just said he's a suspect and he thinks that he can get people to shut up. The nerve. The nerve. And if that stuff in that divorce was not true, he could have gotten alimony, possibly, for taking care of the kid while she worked. Something to get himself on his feet. Judges don't just leave the other spouse screwed. They usually, if that person is really doing a good job staying home and taking care of their kid, they're going to give them an opportunity to get on their feet. They're not going to boot them out of their house. They're not going to grant a court order for him to be booted. If he was being a good dad and was a stay-at-home dad and was Sebastian's lifeline, so to speak. He just said himself. He just said himself, Cece, I'm a suspect in my son's disappearance. Why on God's green earth anyone donated money to someone who's a suspect is beyond me. Because y'all paid for his attorney.
Katie wrote in my divorce that I tell people the truth. And I literally will sit there and state whether it has anything to do with it. And that always used to piss her off. She hated it when I talked about anything that was going on in the house. She was like, that's a random stranger. I've been like, well, I can't talk to you about it. I'm going to talk to a random person that doesn't know anything and bounce the ideas off of them. Because they might have the answer. God may say, this is how you should answer this gentleman. And give me the answer, because God works in mysterious ways. That crazy person that's asking for change out there on the street corner, that person could have an answer. The first places that I hit were homeless encampments. I've been homeless before. Thank you to my ex-wife for making me homeless. Why didn't I get full custody? I was homeless, living in a vehicle. I praised God every day. I got joint custody. Do you think I wanted full custody? Without a doubt. I should have my son living with me right now. But yet I'm still a suspect of my son's disappearance. You guys don't know what kind of effect that has on a person's psyche.
Oh, I'm sure.
To know that I'm getting phone calls from law enforcement about me sending out cease and desist from my attorney, who is doing her job because she wants to make sure that people in the legal system know that these people do not represent me.
What? So he said, I'm getting calls from law enforcement about the cease and desist. Interesting. Lisa, Freedom, and Living Truth. J is for Justice. The other babies might have been from Katie and some others since she was abused in her life. Could be before Katie was with Seth. No proof it was KP and Seth with earlier babies. Why would he insist on naming them in Sebastian's name then? If they were from guys before him, why would he put two more names in there to represent babies that came from guys before him? You got to use common sense. Doesn't make sense. You got to go with common sense.
And therefore they have been sent a cease and desist.
So law enforcement did not want you to send out those letters?
No, law enforcement has called me about them because everybody's up in arms that I sent out a cease and desist.
The law enforcement. Yeah, I'm sure that really I'm sure that really sparked their interest as to why a suspect in the disappearance of his son, I mean, those are straight from his mouth, right? That's not me saying that. Why a suspect in his son's disappearance is suddenly has an attorney that's sending out cease and desist orders. I'm sure that did spark maybe their interest. If you were an investigator, wouldn't it spark yours?
Some of these people live right there in Sumner County. 3 of them do. T-Rev lives there. Klumati lives there. And so does T-Rev's girlfriend. I'm not even going to speak her name. She ain't worth it.
Whoa.
All 3 of them live there. And you know what? T-Rev has never showed up for a search. Oh, he bought hot dogs and buns. Appreciate it, buddy. I didn't appreciate everything else you did, like
See? Oh, he bought hot dogs and buns. Nothing's good enough for this dude. Nothing is good enough for him. Someone purchases food and he's got to down them. Just like he did Trevor Lee. This is a pattern with this dude. A pattern over and over and over again.
Taking a picture of me while I was in my recliner in my house, stepping into my sanctuary and violating my sanctuary. Because not only did you violate my sanctuary, but this is also my son's sanctuary. I didn't appreciate that.
Okay, so he's talking about the picture that was leaked where T-Rev took a picture of him in his recliner. Now, that's been out for how long? And he's just now complaining about it? Dude, that's been out for like a month. Bing bong. And then Broken Crayon says, yeah, but T-Rev did come down here and take his woman. Do you really think she was his quote-unquote woman? And that he stole her from Seth? Do you really believe that? I'm curious. Put a 1 in chat if you really believe that T-Rev, quote unquote, took his girl. That this girl was with Seth, committed, they had a good thing going. T-Rev moved down there and swooped her up. You think that she had to be swooped from Seth's arms? You really believe that? Take his woman as if it's an object, right? As if she's an object. Right, she's 30. She's 13 years younger as well. And you know what? I don't care what you think of her. If you think she's gross. I don't even know the girl. But you know what? Obviously, she wasn't too happy if she was his girl for him to be able to just move there and swoop her up. Come on now.
He showed up for, one search, only one search. And she acted all nice and friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Introduced herself by her name, not by her, never once told me that she was a YouTubist, none of that sort of stuff. But I treated her like a regular.
We're YouTubists. YouTubists. Tim Mullen called us YouTubians. And now Seth calls us YouTubists. I'm a YouTubist. Do we have a... Oh, I don't have a tube. Here. We're clickers and YouTubists. She lived with Seth, sleeping in his bed, so something was going on. I don't know where she lived. I don't know if she stayed with Seth, even if she did. Even if she did, do you really think she had to be swooped?
Searcher. Hi, thank you. I appreciate your help. And then she turns around and plays, I want to be number 6 on, CP's list of marriage or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. People want to talk trash about me, but people want to look at me and tell me I'm trash and that I'm just.
Furthermore, why is he hooking up with anybody when his son is missing? How are you even in that mindset? How can you be even turned on while your son's missing? I mean, I'm just being honest here. Tubist. How can you even be in the mindset to hop in the sack with anybody? That would be the furthest fucking thing from my mind. I can tell you that. That's weird. Yeah, I mean, you're worried about hooking on. That tells me he loves this attention. That's why he keeps running his mouth. Because any attention is good, right? To some people, even negative attention, they take it all in. They love it.
Despicable because I have an opinion, an
No.
attitude.
Oh,
No, you don't
My
deserve.
son.
Oh, we can't have opinions, but he can? He can have an opinion, but we can't. Hear this again.
One search, only one search, and she acted all nice and friendly.
Mhm.
Introduced herself by her name, not by her, never once told me that she was a YouTubist, none of that sort of stuff. But I treated her like a regular researcher. Hi, thank you. I appreciate your help. And then she turns around and plays, I want to be number 6 on, CP's list of marriage or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. People want to talk trash about me, but people want to look at me and tell me I'm trash and that I'm despicable because I have an opinion, an attitude.
No, you don't deserve.
My son is missing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh, so you get a free pass to not be gracious because your son's missing. What the hell? Have y'all ever heard of Mark Class? Mark Class, Klaas. Look up Mark Class and look at the Polly Class case. That man did not give a damn what people said about him as long as they kept talking about Polly. He didn't give a shit what people said as long as they talked about his daughter. Mark Class would have never sent out cease and desist. Ever. He actually went on to form a foundation that helped other parents of missing kids. Seth, you might want to get off these videos and go watch what a real father does when their kid's missing. He wasn't jumping in the sack with people and then whining about it because someone swooped in and took his girl. Give me a break.
Never been in my position has the right to tell me anything. All right. Those that do have been in this position, I've spoken to, and I get different opinions from other people. And people you need to get rid of this person on your team. No, I get rid of people that I watch their activities, I watch their actions.
Oh, wow. He gets rid of people. Do you hear this? He's telling us exactly why he got rid of the good people. Because they follow the rules. They follow the rules.
Listen to their words. And when actions and words don't meet up, something is wrong.
So TikTok Tony's actions, he's saying, are great. Michaela and T-Rev are a sideshow in this. They don't matter, Core. In the grand scheme of things, they don't matter. They're a sideshow distraction. That's why he's talking about them. That's why he keeps talking about them. He wants you to be distracted by T-Rev and Michaela. Don't fall for it. Keep the focus on the suspects, as he just said, in this case. Because T-Rev and Michaela aren't suspects in Sebastian's disappearance. I think we just need to not fall for his antics. Because that's what he does. He's a master manipulator. CC, I don't know who holds the key. If he doesn't hold part of the key, then he would have been cleared. He just told us he's a suspect. Sideshow people are going to do what they do. We need to focus on who just told us they're still a suspect 100 and some days in. He just told us out of his own mouth. And none of these people on panel caught it. I'm still a suspect in my son's disappearance. And they kiss his ass. He straight up tells them, I'm a suspect in my son's disappearance, and they haven't been able to clear me for over 3 months, even though I tell you I was on camera at work. No one picks up on this. Let me kiss your ass some more, Seth. I'm so sick of people ignoring the obvious.
I've always been a person that explains to my son that anybody can say anything, but your actions will speak louder to your words. What CP did to my son is horrific. My son cleans his room. Why? Because I use logic with him. Sebastian, you can't find this toy. You know why you can't find this toy? Because I had to come and clean up your room while you were gone. Now, if you clean up your room and you put things back, when you come back in here, you will know where everything is because you've put it in its special spot.
Exactly.
You didn't make him clean it up and go take his things to the trash, right? Make him throw his
Hell
own
no.
things away. Yeah,
You know,
that's
this might be seen kind of selfish, but I'm a parent. I'm on a limited income because I work for the county. All right. I make $50,000 a year. I work 12-hour shifts and I deal with murderers and inmates that I believe can change.
absolutely.
All right. And I treat them like they're human beings
Yeah.
because I expect them to change. Are my sights set too high? Probably. But that's not for me to judge. I'm there to make sure they're safe while they're in jail before they go to prison. All right. I have a badge. I'm supposed to uphold that badge. I don't hide behind that badge. I am the representation.
Okay, so now he's playing like I'm a cop. I'm a good guy. Even though he's dogged law enforcement. Dogged them. This is all his words. And Cran, I'm not mad. I'm just fired up. I'm sick of this guy coming at people, trying to shut people up from talking about what he put into the public.
What the badge is supposed to be: honor, integrity, courage, commitment.
Then go back to work.
Only I can do that. I've had inmates, oh, you hide behind the badge. No, I'm the same person when you see me at Walmart in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, grabbing a gallon of milk and orange juice to go home so that my son has milk and orange juice to drink.
So he brings up Walmart, but and then this rumor comes out that in a Texas Walmart, someone asked them to take Sebastian's his flyer down. I wish I had my sound bites. I would play Diary of the Mouth. That's weird. Weird for him to bring up Walmart when that rumor started yesterday that he was in Texas and that somebody at a Texas Walmart said that they were asking them to take down Sebastian's flyer out of the Walmart. That's just a weird coinky dink. Yes, absolutely, Broken Crayon. But Chris and Katie aren't on panels right now. If they were, I'd probably be playing their words too. It's not my fault that Seth keeps opening his mouth and he just told us he's a suspect out of his own lips.
Pick him up whatever he wants to cook for dinner or whatever he wants me to cook for breakfast, so on and so forth. I work when my son is here with me. I work with him so that everything in this house is his. He knows what is his. He has to have room to grow. You cannot sit there and keep somebody trapped in a cube and expect them to grow. That does not work.
Trapped in a cube? Is that an analogy? Because we had a case here in Florida where, and if you don't know of it, it's the Ferriter case, Ferriter. Timothy and Tracy Ferreter were accused of numerous counts of child abuse after their son Ronan ran away from home. And it was discovered that he was living in a box in the garage that was built just for him. It had a mattress. It had a bucket for him to defecate and urinate in. And it had a camera so they could keep eyes on him all the time. And they used that camera footage in court. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But he said trapped in a cube. And it just kind of like made me think of Ronan. Because Ronan was literally trapped in a cube. Sad. It was the most horrific case I've ever heard.
Only I can do that. I've had inmates, oh, you hide behind the badge. No, I'm the same person when you see me at Walmart in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, grabbing a gallon of milk and orange juice to go home so that my son has milk and orange juice to drink. Pick him up whatever he wants to cook for dinner or whatever he wants me to cook for breakfast, so on and so forth. I work. When my son is here with me, I work with him so that everything in this house is his. He knows what is his. He has to have room to grow. You cannot sit there and keep somebody trapped in a cube and expect them to grow. That does not work.
Absolutely. 100%.
People want to give me grief for how I raised my son. Well, I am sorry. I didn't think I should take him out on the street corner and pick a fight with somebody and show him what a real beating was. Yes. Did I tell my son I was going to bust his butt? Sure did. Did I use that exact verbiage? Probably not. Hello? I'm a first-time parent. It's a never-ending, everyday learn something new.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did I just hear that right? He's speaking about when he said that he showed Sebastian what a beatdown was by turning on blood mode on Mortal Kombat. Do you guys remember that? He said that Sebastian told his teacher that his dad was going to beat his ass. And CPS came to the house. I don't think CPS comes to the house just because you say you're going to beat someone's ass, your child's ass. I don't think that's grounds for a home visit, but that's just me. I've never been in the system. I don't know. But that sounds a little far-fetched to me for a home visit. But hey, what do I know? Had to be something else going on, in my opinion. But he expects us to believe that that's the only way you can get something through to a child at 5 years old, between an ass beating and a spanking. My kids never went to school and told their teachers anything about being hit. Yeah, CPS doesn't come to your door for that. Hey, we heard your son say that you were gonna beat his butt. We need to see your house. More like he probably did. Too much CPS involvement in this case in multiple states, right? So anyways, he's saying that he's a good dad because instead of showing him what a beating could be in real life, like just going and picking some guy in the corner and just beating the snot out of him, he decided it would be better to just turn on the blood mode of a video game. You know, and I just want to say something right now. I'm not mad at Brittany. I'm just a little disappointed that she wouldn't have, like at this point, at 100 and some odd days in, you got to at least, when he brings this shit up, ask a hard question with it. If he hangs up, he hangs up. Why do you want to hear him spew the same lies and bullshit at you 100 and some days in. Like at this point, why would you even want to talk to him unless he's going to explain the things he's been saying for the past 3 months? But that's just me.
So I used a video game, which is better than watching an R-rated movie with a bunch of people being shot and having heads cut off, or
So those are the only ways you can teach your son what a real beating is by playing a movie where people's heads are getting cut off, going to the corner and beating the snot out of someone in real life. So you chose the avenue to turn on blood mode on a game that the kid probably played. So now when the kid plays it after this, that's all he's going to see is blood mode. Do you know what that does to a 5-year-old's brain? A game they play and you have blood mode turned off, they're not seeing that violence. They're just punching and kicking. Mortal Kombat was punching and kicking. Like karate shit. And then all of a sudden, your son tells a teacher something that you don't want him to tell. And then you turn on blood mode. And that kid will never get blood mode out of his brain. That's horrible. Horrible. And these people sit there and go, yep, Get a grip. You have to think about what this guy's saying. My granddaughter is 5 years old. I can't imagine taking her innocent. Well, she doesn't play Mortal Kombat, but I can't imagine taking one of her games. Her little innocent games and videos and things that she plays with. They're so sweet and innocent. And she's got such an imagination. I can't imagine tainting that with blood and beatdowns and fear.
things like that. No, I took a video game that we have played and I put the blood mode on so you can actually see it, because before there was none. I turned it off. He doesn't need to see all that. But yet I get criticized, and most of these people that criticize me,
you're damn straight. You're damn straight. Because if I took my granddaughter's innocent little games and turned them into something bloody and horrific, I would be a bad grandma. And for that, you're a bad dad. 5 years old.
don't even have kids.
Yeah, I honestly don't hold that.
Oh my God. Most of these people that are talking about it don't even have kids. I've got 3. And I've got 1 granddaughter and a grandson on the way. And if anybody ever did that to them when they're 5, we'd have a huge problem. If you can't reason with a 5-year-old and discipline appropriately, you just might be abusive. If CPS comes to your door multiple times when you don't even have your kid for half of his life, you might just have a problem.
I have never once said I was perfect, nor will I ever say I am perfect. Sebastian, my son, may think that I walk on water, and I never want to lose that. I never want to lose that, because that means I'm his hero.
That's right. You're right. And
Wow.
and you don't deserve
Have
to
I failed my son? Oh, yes.
Okay, so now he still thinks he's his son's hero. Can you imagine his son coming back? We haven't even heard the worst of it yet, and I am fired up. It makes me so angry for Sebastian and Bear. So so that's the choice, Bear 90. I hope you don't have kids. Would you prefer to beat him actually, or show him Mortal Kombat? Because I actually got beat. I'd prefer Mortal Kombat to having flashbacks at 34. What? How dare you normalize this? If you were beat, that might be why you think that way. And you might want to talk about that with somebody. That's concerning to me that when it comes to a child, a 5-year-old baby, that you're willing to give wiggle room. I'm stunned. I am actually stunned. And Maui Girl, I can cover whatever I want. Last time I looked, this was my channel. I don't have to like this man. I'm not going to stop talking about this case until Sebastian's found. You guys, wow. Some people actually still surprise me. After 5 years on this platform, I still never cease to be amazed.
I am my worst critique ever. None of these people I hear saying anything can make me feel worse than I already am. Until they sit there and start talking about my son being a sexual offender or any of that. My son was with me all last on the Christmas break. Faith wasn't here. I saw that rumor going out there. Sebastian was with me before Faith even got here. So people need to shut that rumor up.
We
all
did.
right?
Trust me. We have fought diligently to make sure that that's not
kid
true.
That's missing.
That's right. And that should have never come out of anybody's mouth. And believe you me, here in
Hold on. YouTuber, many parents see their children watching violence saturated cartoons as cute. I don't know what you mean by that. Mortal Kombat's not a cartoon, but my granddaughter doesn't watch violence on TV.
A Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
Chrissy F, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. It's a parent's job to protect their child from violence, not show them how it's done. Lisa M, I couldn't have said that better myself. I watched Looney Tunes as a little girl. I watched the coyote and the fucking roadrunner drop rocks on each other. But you know what? I knew it wasn't real. I knew that a roadrunner really couldn't drop a big rock on a coyote. But if this guy's parenting skills, it sounds like it revolved around video games from the beginning. I know what my granddaughter watches. She doesn't watch violent shit. She just doesn't. In Warner Brothers, they never die. They see stars and get up again. It's not blood and gore and dead bodies. That is a really good point. No, kids don't know they're not real. That's why we have school shooters practicing on these fucking games that look like real people. No, they don't. I'm sorry, when they sit around for 20 hours a day playing video games, pissing in bottles, not getting any sun, pale as fuck. No, they don't. They lose sight of reality. They lose sight of reality because it looks real. Hence the name virtual reality. We're talking about a 5-year-old's brain here, guys. A 5-year-old developing brain. I can't believe I have to defend this right now. And I don't even think I watched Looney Tunes at 5. I think that came later when it was like Saturday morning and, You know, I could get up and get my own cereal and watch cartoons like 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. Dean said, when I was 12, my mom took me to see Child's Play in the theater. She regretted it. Took some time to overcome that trauma. I was 12. I can't imagine a 5-year-old seeing that. We all make mistakes, but why are parenting skills revolving around video games in this child's life when he was 5, right? Why can't people see the discrepancy here? That here he says, we played Mortal Kombat. But then in the very first interviews, no, he has no social media. No, oh, I watch him very closely. And then as the months go on, the truth comes out that he had full access to the internet. He had his own phone and numerous devices that still the police have. So he's playing Mortal Kombat at 5, and they came out in the beginning and said, no social media, nothing. We're strict. We know what goes on there. Do they know what goes on there? What do they think goes on there? That's what I would have asked. What do you mean you know what goes on there? What do you think's going on there? I'd be curious what their answer is. I know. Oh my gosh. Christina Grimmie, my daughter met her, Karen. My daughter met her. She was devastated. She had nightmares. She was devastated for years because of what that man did. Yeah, 12 hours by himself. And then he goes on to say sometimes it was 16.
A lot of places I know, Seth, it won't be spoken, and we shut it down. That there's nothing to even.
But there are YouTubers out here that promote that stuff. They got cease and desist because they're nasty and vile things.
Well, they have an agenda, right? They're playing up to Christopher Proudfoot. They wanted him on panel because they're getting the views from him being there because he acts like such an ass.
Yep.
You know,
and not only that, if he's using Mortal Kombat as an example of real life, obviously he's telling his kid that's real, isn't he? He's already putting it in his little 5-year-old's brain. That's real. So he's done it. All of this stuff is on him.
We could all act like an ass, and that there is nobody in this world that can't act like one. But what it comes down to is that he's not looking for Sebastian. His family's not looking for Sebastian. His own mother, Sebastian's own mother, is not looking for Sebastian.
It's insane. It's craziness.
You know what's crazy is that a medical fucking mental professional, as she says she is, sat here on this panel and listened to this garbage. Wouldn't a real mental health professional shut this shit down and say, you know what? This should not be done, Seth. Coming from, a mental health professional, I'm telling you right now, this should not be done. Why didn't she? Why didn't she, do you think?
Camper. To get in the camper and go 3.5 hours away from your house.
This is someone who teaches co-parenting. She's pitting Seth against the Proudfoots right now. She's pitting him against Sebastian's parents. She's going right along with Seth's narrative. Here, listen to this again. She goes on later to say, I counsel on co-parenting and people getting divorced. What? Listen what she says. This is her giving co-parenting advice to Seth.
To Christopher Proudfoot, they wanted him on panel because they're getting the views from him being there because he acts like such an ass.
Yep.
You know, we could all act like an ass, and that there is nobody in this world that can't act like one. But what it comes down to is that he's not looking for Sebastian. His family's not looking for Sebastian. His own mother, Sebastian's own mother, is not looking for Sebastian.
Here we go. Professional
insane.
advice.
It's craziness. To
Seth,
get in the camper, to get in the camper and go 3.5 hours away from your house with your child
Well,
missing.
come on. It's 3 hours and 37 minutes.
Thank you. How foolish of me. You're exactly right. That was so bad.
You know, let's break this down because Lord help us, we may or may not get stuck behind a semi on Route 40.
Yeah.
You know, it's stupid.
Yeah.
It's stupid just because.
Wait, what did he just say about a semi? Listen to all of them. Yeah, go on, boy. Go on, boy. It's wrong. You should not be egging on separation between these parents. It's not our place. It's not our fucking place to take sides like this. Damn, man.
To Christopher Proudfoot, they wanted him on panel because they're getting the views from him being there because he acts like such an ass.
You know, we could all act like an ass, and that there is nobody in this world that can't act like one. But what it comes down to is that he's not looking for Sebastian. His family's not looking for Sebastian. His own mother, Sebastian's own mother, is not looking for Sebastian.
It's insane. It's craziness. To get in the camper, and go 3.5 hours away from your house with your child missing.
Well, come on. It's 3 hours and 37 minutes.
Thank you. How foolish of me. You're exactly right.
Hold on. I want to address something. Somebody said there's people in here talking against it now. Dolores, don't be like that, because you know what? People have the right to change their mind. A lot of people are very empathetic and very kind and didn't see his manipulation at first. And there's always room to learn. And I think a lot of people are going to learn about manipulators and how good they can be at manipulating when they've done it their whole life. So let's be fair. You don't need to take someone's comment from another live and come in here and hold it against them. I don't think that's necessary. There's people that gave this man probably over $50,000. And Franny's been in here all night saying, you know, I felt bad for him at first. Or all day, sorry. I just think, be fair. We're human. And when this goes on for over 100 days, our minds are going to change. My mind changes every fucking day. Every day, my mind changes on this case. And that's why I've succumbed to, I think all three of them have knowledge. I think all three of them have knowledge. And it's very sad to see people manipulated and give their hard-earned money. There's a lot of people here on YouTube that are on disability. Let that sink in. He's sitting here boasting about his badge and his job and how he helps these prisoners and yada, 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 but he's not even working. He's not even working. And the more he says, the more sus people get. So if you've changed your mind, don't feel bad, saying it. A lot of people live on a strict budget here on YouTube, and this is their entertainment / socialization. And I understand that. And those people are probably very hurt and taking it to heart, because only the very empathetic donated to Seth Rogers. Only the people with the kindest, purest hearts donated to Seth Rogers. Those are the nicest people. Because I was like, I ain't donating shit. So he took advantage of the kindest and most vulnerable here on YouTube. The kindest and most vulnerable. And that's why I don't want people bashed for changing their minds, for saying something when they see something. If you feel used, if you did donate to his GoFundMe or his multiple cash apps, if you need to chat about it, go ahead. You're not going to get bashed here. Because you're victims too. You're victims of the manipulation that has been going on for far too long. You haven't even heard how bad this gets yet. Let's keep listening. Sorry.
You know, let's break this down because Lord help us, we may or may not get stuck behind a semi on Route 40.
Yeah.
You know, it's stupid.
Yeah.
It's stupid just because nothing is ever finite. Everything is infinite. There's no, it takes 3 minutes to do this. That's bullshit. You ask anybody. There's too many holes in their stories.
Oh, it's just incredible. It's
I
incredible.
know where I was at, and it really upsets me that they haven't cleared me. They have literally pulled over a year of my phone records. They have taken all the electronics. Yeah, I want my son to have his stuff back. I want my son to be found and walk into his room and it be set up just like it was when he went missing so that he can start readjusting back to life.
That's right.
Okay? And if nobody has an autistic child, then they don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, this is not about autism. See how he's deflecting again? Just like Katie did. Katie was like, if you call his name, he'll look. He'll look if he's being verbal at that moment. Now you got him. No one knows what it's like unless you have an autistic kid. Dude, this kid, he left home for 12 to 14 hours or 12 to 16 plus when he had him. Don't buy their bullshit. He's playing on the autism. He's playing the autism violin for everybody. And it's sick. It's sick because this case, in my opinion, this is J is for Justice's opinion only. This is more about abuse than it is autism. It's the wrong A. Because there's far more abuse that has come out in this case than there has any issues with Sebastian's autism. Thank you. My cat's name is Karen. And thank you, M. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
But my son, when he came home, he would walk into his room and everything is left just like he picked it up and put it.
Yep. That's his comfort.
That's his sanctuary within our sanctuary. And what's funny is he doesn't, when he's at my house, he spends more time in the recliner than he does in his own room. Because he'd rather be out here in the living room where I am than in his room like he is at his mom and Chris's. He stays in his room there.
Yeah.
Here, he lives in my shitty 2-bedroom with a garage 900 square foot place that I pay rent for. That my rent has increased since.
Why do we need to know there was a garage? Thank you guys for your support. Stephanie, thank you for gifting a membership. Welcome, Frag. Oh, memberships. Oh, Frag got it. Okay, got it. I can't see well on this chat. It's weird. Note to self. Heather, thank you. Heather, thank you so much. Yeah, he does bring up rent increase too. Didn't everybody's rent go up in cost of living rather go up? Pretty sure everybody's cost of living is going up. So that would be more of a reason for me to think that he should appreciate those donations even more and appreciate the people that gave money even more. That's an even better reason to be more grateful. You would actually tip, if you're a good person, you would tip over to that opposite end and you'd be like, I know things are hard for everyone, because you're not just thinking about you, right? People just gave you $50,000 probably, and you're only worried about your rent going up. Fuck all them people that sent money. Fuck, everybody's feeling the pinch. Shitty 2-bedroom. There's people, this is a guy who says I was homeless and he's like Eeyore. He complains that he's homeless, lived in his car. Now he's got a roof over his head and he calls it a shitty 2-bedroom with a garage. Has this guy ever learned a lesson on being grateful in his life? The fuck, man? I mean, if you say you're homeless in the past, I would think that would be a castle. Thank you, Subaru Steve. Jason, quit coming here and telling me what to do and say. Thank you. Last time I looked, this was my channel. Appreciate you being here, but if you're here to tell me how to run shit, you're in the wrong place.
I moved here in October of 2020. My rent has gone from $700 to over $1,000, and I don't move because he is used to this.
Yeah.
And I want to say,
room.
I want to say something.
So feel sorry for me because I've got to pay $300 more a month. And if you want Sebastian to be comfortable when he comes home, because damn it, I'm going to get custody of him. And if you want him comfortable, I'm going to need more money because I need to stay here. Dude, I can see right through this shit. Oh, it's so maddening.
On your behalf about that real quick, okay? Because I'm tired of everybody saying everything you say has something to do with money. No, what he's saying is he's willing to rip himself off by not finding something cheaper. Because
no, that's not what he's saying, hun, because there's nothing cheaper. If his house went up, Brittany, everybody's fucking house went up. You're not going to find anything cheaper. He was only paying $700 to begin with. Everything went up. That would be like saying, oh, the house that I bought before the boom, I could sell it now and just go buy something else. No, I wouldn't get half of what I got. That's what I'm talking about. No.
Because he wants his child to have a home that he is safe and I have a child on the spectrum too, Seth. So I get what.
So you know how.
Oh, and everybody on YouTube has a child on the spectrum, and they can relate. It's called a spectrum for a reason. A spectrum means it can be of various, I mean, tons of various types of things. You can't relate. Every child on the spectrum is unique. Unique.
He would walk into his room and everything is left just like he picked it up and put it.
Yep, that's his comfort.
That's his sanctuary within our sanctuary. And what's funny is he doesn't, when he's at my house, he spends more time in the recliner than he does in his own room. Because he'd rather be out here in the living room where I am than in his room.
But you just said you're at work for 12 to 16 hours. So he's probably in the living room because he's home alone.
Like he is at his mom and Chris's. He stays in his room there.
Oh, and not only that, think about this. Remember, Seth had like the newer PlayStation in the living room, and Sebastian had the older version in his room. So when Seth was at work for 12 to 16 hours, he was probably playing the newer PlayStation. Maybe.
Yeah.
Here, he lives in my shitty 2-bedroom with a garage, 900 square foot place that I pay rent for. That my rent has increased since I moved here in October of 2020. My rent has gone from $700 to over $1,000, and I don't move because he is used to this.
Yeah.
And
He
I
has
want to
his
say
own room.
I want
He
to
has
say
his own-
something on your behalf about that real quick, okay? Because I'm tired of everybody saying everything you say has something to do with money. No, what he's saying is he's willing to rip himself off by not finding something cheaper because he
Or
wants
bigger.
his child to have a home that he
Or
is
bigger?
safe and I have a child on the spectrum too, Seth. So I get what.
So you
I
know
get
how it is.
Yes, I do.
Change is constant, but if you can limit what little change,
Yes.
then it does them so well.
Yes. And then when he comes home to you, he's home where everything's where you left it for. I understand. Yes. More than you know. And I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I tell you, it grips
I tell
my
you what,
heart.
if I get my son back, I don't care. I'll go through even more. But I want my son, I want him found, I want him returned home to me. And all these people out here, I hope like hell you never have a child and have to go through anything resembling what I'm going through. Not even for 30 minutes. Been over 100 days. For me, it's been even longer because it's been 7 more days.
So sorry, Seth. So sorry.
And it's just there's evil people out there. There's people that are negative naysayers, ones that just love to start drama. Well, you ask questions.
He hasn't said one good thing in this entire live stream so far.
And I answer questions. And the questions you ask are meant to start drama. And I can't help that I answer questions. But if I don't answer the questions, I can't win for losing.
Y'all, I don't think Brittany's even asked him more than like 1 or 2 questions.
And I'm not trying to win anything. I'm just trying to find my son.
Seth, I just want to tell you one thing. I am with you 100%. And I know that you love your son. I know that you are 100% into finding your son. I'm not, from the very start, that's how I felt. And I am not going to change my mind.
Mm-hmm. I need to ask you this because I want to clear this up. It's been going around that you are asking for money for interviews. Can you clarify if that is true or not?
Thank you, Wayne.
Nobody's giving me nothing for interviews.
There you go.
Wow.
I didn't even go to
And they believe him. They just believe everything that comes out of his mouth.
CrimeCon because I was out searching that day.
He didn't go to CrimeCon because he was out searching that day.
I couldn't see myself going and being around people instead of not being out trying to find my kid.
You couldn't imagine being around people. A bunch of people that are advocates for the missing.
This is crazy, man.
Yeah, there's probably been some really good resources for me there.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
But you know that most of those people that were there, except for some of the FBI agents, I have their phone numbers. I could call them.
Then why don't you? Why don't you? If you have all of these resources in the palm of your hand, why don't you call them? Why did no one ask him? Why don't you call them? Ben, what happened to the big Banfield interview? I think Tony's still trying to nail that down. Kind of like the Tic Tac girls. He's trying to nail them down too.
Yeah.
Because they've already reached out to me.
In my opinion, allegedly.
I just didn't see the point of being there.
They reached out to me, but I didn't see the point in being there. But I want my son mound. But I'm going to send out cease and desist and refuse help from real advocates. And stick with Tic Tac Tony, who's going to out JLR for Bullhorn Betty.
Nobody's giving me nothing for interviews.
There you go.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Oh, there you go.
I didn't even go to CrimeCon because I was out searching that day. I couldn't see myself going and being around people instead of not being out trying to find my kid.
This is crazy, man.
Yeah, there's probably been some really good resources for me there.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
But you know that most of those people that were there, except for some of the FBI agents, I have their phone numbers. I could call them.
Yeah.
Because they've already reached out to me. I just didn't see the point of being there.
Well, I mean, in all honesty, I'll tell you, you weren't even there and people were already.
LG, Grace went away like 2 months ago. Okay. Thank you, Seagate, for becoming a member. I mean, you act like this is fresh, LG. Grace goes a long way. There's a 15-year-old that is missing for over 100 days. Grace left a long time ago.
In their mind that you were, so it probably is a good thing that you didn't go. It's ridiculous. This is what YouTube is. It's nuts. And when you have agreement, it makes me so mad.
For the longest, people have been drilling this into my head for a couple months now. YouTube is social media, but when I opened up my first YouTube account back in the 2000s, it was to listen to music, people.
Yeah.
It was just...
Who cares? You're the one that lied and said, I've never had social media. I don't do social media. Hey, Hopeful says if he is on medical leave and he is out searching, would that not show he is able to work? I don't know if he's on medical leave. I don't know that. I don't know anything about his job status, to be honest.
Watch music videos, do-it-yourself videos. There wasn't all this stuff that's on it now. So yeah, I never really classified this as social media. To me, MySpace, that was social media. A lot better than Facebook.
Okay, well, social media, there you go. MySpace, that was better than Facebook. How do you know if you never had one? Because he's a liar, you guys. He's had at least 2 Facebook accounts that I saw that are now closed, deleted.
Because at least you had to know how to code. And I had a MySpace. I've had Facebook too, but it's just horrible.
See? He just admitted he had Facebook. I've never had a Facebook. Did he not say, I've never had a Facebook all along? Put a 1 in chat. If he said he never had it, if you heard him say in the past, he's never had one.
Horrible.
It is.
You know, it's
Yeah.
It's been years. It's been years since I had a Facebook. I used my Facebook account to save videos of Sebastian and pictures.
Where are they? Where are they? Why would you delete Sebastian's pictures? Why would you delete your account if that's what you used it for, Sebastian? Oh my God. Thank you so much, Ginger Snap. I thought he wanted the FBI to take over this case. Yet he knew FBI agents were at CrimeCon, but didn't take advantage of that opportunity. Bing bong. Lady, I don't know what you're talking about. It's not a diss Seth show. It's playing his own words, lady. Weighty.
Because I had hard drives fried on me and I lost pictures. And I was like, I need someplace digital. You know what? I can use my Facebook profile.
Why'd
and
you
just
delete
make
it?
Private and nobody can see it.
Then why delete it?
Yeah.
And I saved pictures there. I've got pictures of me and Sebastian at the zoo. Videos of me and Sebastian at the zoo watching the piranhas eat because that's what he wanted to do. So we had to make sure that.
I'm curious, what did you guys have to put in when you signed that stupid petition? What did you guys, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Oh my God, I think I froze up for a minute. What information did you guys have to put in when you filled out the FBI takeover thing? Because he knew that wasn't going to do anything. Even Tony said, you don't, they're not, it's not the way it works. Did you have to put any of your personal information, like where you live or anything like that? Email? Phone number? Anything like that? I didn't sign it either. A name and a message. Hi, Buffalo. I mean, if you sign in with Google, doesn't it have all of your info? Email given, says Catherine. Name and email. Full name. Okay. I just wondered because even his, even Tony said, you know, that petition's not going to do anything. That's not how the system works. Jennifer Coffindaffer said that too. Yeah, I know, Angel. Joe Petito and John Ramsey both reached out to Seth, but he declined. And if anybody knows about being raked over the coals, it's John Ramsey. If anybody would have good information for Seth and how to handle the media and social media, etc., it would be John Ramsey. Because he was drug over the coals. And still is. Why is he talking about coding? Weird.
We were one of the first ones into the zoo. We had to make sure that we had gotten all the way over to the fish area in there before they fed them, because they fed them at the same time, every morning. And we literally, and we were there to watch all of like 15 seconds of them devour this huge chunk of meat. And he was like, that was awesome. And I couldn't even, I couldn't even get my phone up, which was one of these old flip phones, to record it fast enough before they devoured it.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you want some pictures of you next to the piranha? He was like, sure.
He loved the
And then-
piranhas. Bless his little heart.
and then off to watch the snakes, off to sit there and look at all the other animals, you know?
Oh my goodness.
He's an animal lover. He's always been. Yes, cats are his favorite. We had a bearded dragon when we were in California. Goose was her name. She was beautiful.
How many pets were taken from Sebastian?
But when I wasn't allowed to have her, she died of scale rot. So did the next snake that Katie bought him.
So sorry.
All right.
Well, I'm just here to tell you he's lying about the MySpace and the coding. He was on College Club, which was something that was around before MySpace, that was created for a college campus. He was on that. He had an email through College Club. I think that's what it was called, College Club. And maybe you did need some coding to get into that, because that was way before MySpace.
So he liked reptiles, huh? That was his, and then cats, just animals in general.
Animals in general. But when we lived because we lived in Spring Valley, California for years.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I had 2 dogs and we had Goose. And my ex threw a fit because I got rid of the dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Katie threw a fit because he got rid of the dogs. Now, he's talking about California. How old was Sebastian in California? Think back. How old was Sebastian? He was little. Now listen what his reason was for getting rid of the dogs. And Katie was mad.
Sebastian was taking one for a walk and the dog took off after another dog and dragged my son down the sidewalk.
Oh my goodness.
No, you're not going to hurt my kid.
Right.
I had 2 of them. All right. And I wanted to train them to be able to work with Sebastian. He's autistic.
He said that the dog drug Sebastian down the sidewalk.
I had a bearded dragon when we were in California. Goose was her name. She was beautiful.
Oh my
But when I wasn't allowed to have her, she died of scale rot. So did the next snake that Katie bought him.
So sorry.
All right.
So he liked reptiles, huh? That was his, and then cats, just animals in general.
Animals in general. But when we lived because we lived in Spring Valley, California for years.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I had 2 dogs and we had Goose. And my ex threw a fit because I got rid of the dogs. Well, Sebastian was taking one for a walk and the dog took off after another dog and dragged my son down the sidewalk.
Oh my goodness.
No, you're not going to hurt my kid.
Right.
I had 2 of them. All right. And I wanted to train them to be able to work with Sebastian. He's autistic. But when that happened, couldn't do it. It was like, and I gave them away to good homes. I didn't sell them or anything like that. I literally turned around, gave one to the guy that lived across from us who had another place to live down in Mexico. And he took him out and took Abel out to a range. And Kane, I gave to one of the ladies at his school because she had just put her dog to sleep because her dog was old.
Oh.
And I was like, I tell you what, I've got a pity. You know, he was Stafford Razor Cross. Gray, beautiful pups. All right. I'm like, they're a little over a year old. They're still puppies. And I was like, you can have him. And I gave 50 pounds of dog food to her and gave her, you know, Kane. I was like, here you go.
Nice.
You know, and Sebastian didn't even realize the dogs were gone for 2 weeks. 2 weeks that they were gone. And then I finally took the doggy door out of the hallway. And he walked up and he was like, why'd you do that, Dad? The dogs are going to come eat my toys. And I looked down and I was like, son, you had one job, and that was to feed and water the dogs in the morning before.
Oh, so the truth comes out. The truth comes out. He turns around and blames Sebastian. You had one job, kid. How old was this kid? And he's turning around and blaming him. You had one fucking job to feed and water them, and you didn't. You didn't even notice they were gone for 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I don't believe that for one hot second. You don't put a puppy on a leash and hand it to a child. Of course they're going to get drug. That would be like me giving my 5-year-old granddaughter the leash with Summer Lou. Summer Lou would definitely drag her and hurt her. That's why we don't give her the leash.
I took you to school. When was the last time you fed and watered the dogs? And he was like, oh, I guess I should feed and water them. I was like, son, I already gave them away to new homes. And he was like, oh. I was like, don't worry, I gave them to good homes, though. And he was like, okay.
Oh, I'm sure he was just like, okay, my dogs are gone.
He was younger then.
Yeah.
He was younger then, and I just handed him a puppy on a leash and let him get drug.
He wasn't attached to him like I was.
Then why didn't you feed
I want to
him?
ask you this because I really
Then why
wanna
didn't
clear
you
this.
feed and train your puppies? You can't get 2 puppies and just think they're going to be, I mean, they're 1 and you're just starting to train. You haven't even started training them. You start training a puppy when you get it. Ugh.
This up too because this is another one that's on nagging my soul. There's certain creators that keep saying this over and over that Sebastian was going to be made to live with you because he was being punished. Can you please clarify that? Because I don't believe that's to be the case at all.
That's funny. I've never heard that he was moving there to be punished, but it's a really good theory.
I'll clear it up with this comment. While I was homeless in California going through a divorce and finally got the restraining order and everything cleared up in the court system where everything that somebody had stated about me was proven.
Wait, hold on. KTY. I am new here. Who is Jay and what part of Florida are you in? Why would you come in here asking that? Weird.
False.
There you go.
And there was nothing could be proven that anything she said was legitimate at all, but everything that I stated was legitimate. Clear down to police reports. For my son to tell me that he'd rather live in the car with me than in that house with his mom, that should tell you.
Yeah.
My son wasn't being punished to come live here with me.
LG says there's perfect families and normal families. If you're judging from a perfect family, you don't count. What? If you're judging from a perfect family, wait, where did it go? You don't count. Get real about yourself. LG, I just want to make something clear. There is no such thing, in my opinion, as a perfect family. Okay, there is no such thing as perfect families. Every family has dysfunction. But when I see abuse and I hear abuse, you think I'm not going to say something? Not allowed to have her. He probably couldn't have her because of the landlord or something.
He thought he was being punished with online school, but he needed to get into therapy, and he needed to have that year of just being online school. And what people don't realize is that he'd have been going to online school, which I still have him registered for and enrolled. I'm just hoping that I have him found and back to me before school starts. But he was going to school with his godbrother. Because his godparents live up here in Clarksville too, which is why I live up here.
Okay, that's the first I've ever heard of godparents. He said that his godson was going, or his godbrother rather, was going to be doing online school with him, Sebastian's godbrother. you guys hear me now? No, I had the video pause. You guys can hear the video, right? Bueller, Bueller, Bueller. Could you hear the video? Yes, godparents, that is a Catholic thing. You're right, Natalie. You didn't hear the video? Hey, Teresa, let me know if you can hear the video now. Can you guys hear that? Yay or nay?
La 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 la. You don't hold account.
Did you guys hear the video? No? You guys are saying no? No, 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 no? Okay. Let's reshare that then. Let's reshare. You guys can hear me. When I use this Streamlabs thing, I start to freeze up when I'm live for a while. It's weird. Let me reshare my screen. Okay, let me know if you guys can hear now. Oh, shit. I just lost my spot.
It's like
That is
you are
horrific.
such a piece of shit. And the thing, sometimes we could have, I mean, sometimes co-parenting is hard. Of me and Sebastian at the zoo.
You guys can hear it now? Okay, very good.
I gave to one of the ladies at his school. And then I finally took the doggy door out of the hallway. And he walked up and he was like, "Why'd you do that, Dad? The dogs are going to come eat my toys." And I looked down and I was like, "Son, you had one job, and that was to feed and water the dogs in the morning before I took you to school. When was the last time you fed and watered the dogs?" And he was like, "Oh, I guess I should feed and water them." I was like, "Son, I already gave them away to new homes." And he was like, "Oh." I was like, "Don't worry, I gave them to good homes, though." And he was like, "Okay." You know, he was younger then.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't attached to him like I was.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you this because I really want to clear this up too, because this is another one that's on nagging my soul. There's certain creators that keep saying this over and over, that Sebastian was going to be made to live with you because he was being punished. Can you please clarify that? Because I don't believe that's to be the case at all.
I'll clear it up with this comment. While I was homeless in California going through a divorce and finally got the restraining order and everything cleared up in the court system, where everything that somebody had stated about me was proven false.
There you go.
And there was nothing could be proven that anything she said was legitimate at all, but everything that I stated was legitimate. Clear down to police reports. For my son to tell me that he'd rather live in the car with me than in that house with his mom, that should tell you.
Yeah.
My son wasn't being punished to come live here with me. He thought he was being punished with online school. But he needed to get into therapy, and he needed to have that year of just being online school. And what people don't realize is that he'd have been going to online school, which I still have him registered for and enrolled. I'm just hoping that I have him found and back to me before school starts. But he was going to school with his godbrother. Because his godparents live up here in Clarksville too, which is why I live up here.
I have a question. Someone that wanted me to ask you this too. The day that they called you, Chris called you to tell you that Here, right here. Jane, I see it, babe. Jane says, can Seth please explain the day that Chris called? He called you and told you Sebastian was missing, and when you arrived at the house, what Katie did with her phone to you.
She had the picture of Sebastian at Costco, shoved it in my face, and was like, "Look, see, he was having a good day."
What?
Like,
That's
what does
so
that mean to
bizarre.
me? What does that mean to me?
Crazy, Seth.
And Seth, does she not talk to you ever by herself? Because I noticed that Chris says like he kept in contact with you. Would Katie not co-parent with you one-on-one?
Sometimes it was difficult. Sometimes we could have. I mean, sometimes co-parenting is hard. It is hard, but you will do whatever you can to make sure that your child is okay.
Oh, absolutely.
But I refused.
Mhm.
I refused to continue certain punishments from that house at my house because he didn't do it at my house.
I don't blame
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. I teach co-parenting classes. You are right about that. And I did try to correct that.
That's why
I
you
heard
just pitted
people
him
saying
against him.
that if the kid gets in trouble at one house, the punishment should spill over to the other. And I said that is
I
not.
believe that only depends on what he did wrong.
I agree with that.
Why is he so
If he had sat there and hit a teacher or something, yeah, I don't approve of putting your hands on anybody, especially a female. Oh, hell no. So me and him are going to have a nice long talk for that hour that we get here. And I'm going to ask him what he thinks his punishment should be. But that's only going to be after I find out what his punishment has been at his mom.
What he thinks it should be.
And that would
That's
be
not your job
a
as a parent.
specific example of where both parents would have to be called in for that particular type of infraction, right?
Right.
Correct.
Like if your bedtime's 10 o'clock, kid stays up to 10:30, 10:45, and you say, okay, well, you're grounded this weekend. That grounding should not happen at the co-parent's house. I've seen situations where one parent was actually weaponizing that so that every time the kid went over to the dad's house, he had to be grounded for the dad's weekend. So
yeah, no, that's my weekend with him, not
There
your
you go.
weekend to control him.
that's exactly correct. Absolutely.
And I told Katie a long time ago, when you divorce me, you lose all the protection that I give you. As in, you're no longer my spouse. And yeah, this may sound harsh or rude or whatever, but that also means I don't have to treat you like I would my loved one.
Yep.
Now that's
okay. So he's saying, Katie, if you divorce me, I'm going to make your life hell. I know all about your past and I'm going to make your life hell.
Because you violated your vows.
You should respect her as your child's mother.
You have stepped upon these vows that you took in front of somebody that are supposed to be in front of God. And you have trashed these vows because you don't want to work with me anymore. Got it.
Work with
me? I'll work with you when it comes to Sebastian. But don't expect the same treatment from me that you got when I was married. People think I'm not over her. No, I still have good memories. I have a lot of good memories of me, Sebastian, and his mom.
Yeah.
All right. I never focused on the negative ones. I know
Lord.
them. I lived through it. But I always been the one that goes for the positive memories. The times that we were fishing on the dock in South Georgia while we're sitting there and I've got a net over Sebastian's rocker because Sebastian's an infant and we're out there fishing at night with him.
Oh.
Okay. I still remember things that she probably doesn't like to remember. Like I had a pickup truck. I was the only one that was working. I was the only one. We only had one vehicle.
Okay. Wait, what is he talking about? I was the only one working? When was this, Seth? What are you talking about? Because didn't Katie enlist in the military like when Sebastian was a baby? This story's weird. No, he's going to say that he made her ride in the back of the truck.
And it started raining. And I told her, listen.
Bear, you know what that says to me? Bear says, hey, at least he is showing he has nothing to hide. At least he is trying to be clear with everyone. I think that he just has no self-awareness. I think he has zero. You guys probably can't hear me again. Fuck. Can you hear me now? I don't know why that keeps happening. I'm sorry. Yeah, did you guys hear what I said about him saying I was the only one working? Okay. Yeah, zero self-awareness. I am here. Hello. I'm so sorry. There's no video sound again. Okay. Dang it. I thought that it's this stupid program I'm using, and I don't typically use this. I'm sorry. I got to reshare. It's whenever I pin a comment, it freezes me up. So I'm not going to be pinning any more comments. That's what seems to do it. I don't know why, but here we go. You should be able to hear again now.
You know, I have the opportunities that children should have because of her father and the mistakes that her mother had made.
Hold on. Let's go back a minute.
One of us has to ride in the back. Well, right after that, she got online and she was like, I found us a new truck. All right, that's cool. You know, I still miss my little Toyota. You know, I remember taking her to the DMV to get her driver's license for the first time.
Oh.
Okay. I didn't groom this lady.
I get so tired of that. Yeah, that's
this
awful.
lady didn't. She did not have the
This lady? I didn't groom this lady? T-Rev is... Oh, is Michaela's coming out at 6 with T-Rev? That ought to be interesting.
Opportunities that children should have because of her father and the mistakes that her mother had made and the mistakes that her father made. She didn't get the opportunity. But as her husband, I was damned she's going to get these opportunities. I helped her buy her first car. Sprayed my wrist, changing the brake pads on her first vehicle. You know, people will make trash up because they're trashy people.
You're right about that. You're right
And then
about
they're
that.
going to get butthurt when they get a cease and desist because they're talking garbage and they're making me look bad, which I don't need anybody.
Oh my God. They're making me look bad. Yes, you didn't hear that part, Potato? You didn't hear that part? Yes, in the rain, he did.
You know, I still miss my little Toyota. You know, I remember taking her to the DMV to get her driver's license for the first time.
Aw, how sweet. Daddy figure took her to get her driver's license.
Goes for the positive memories. The times that we were fishing on the dock in South Georgia while we're sitting there and I've got a net over Sebastian's rocker because Sebastian's an infant and we're out there fishing at night with him.
Oh.
Okay. I still remember things that she probably doesn't like to remember. Like, I had a pickup truck. I was the only one that was working. I was the only one. We only had one vehicle. And it started raining. And I told her, listen, it's raining outside. We have a kid. You're going to have to ride in the back. You can't drive a stick shift. If you could drive a stick, I'll ride in the back. But she couldn't drive a standard.
Yeah.
Why have your kid out in the
And it's
middle
like,
of the
I
night?
can't take
Your
Sebastian home and come back and pick you up. There's nobody at the house. I'm not leaving him. I mean, let's be, common sense here. One of us has to ride in the back. Well, right after that, she got online and she was like, I found us a new truck. All right, that's cool. I still miss my little Toyota.
Right, Erica. Weird.
I remember taking her to the DMV to get her driver's license for the first time.
So what he's saying is, I'm not going to take him home, drop the baby off, and then come back and get you. It's weird. Why would she have to ride in the back? Was baby in the front? Yeah, I guess. But how does that line up with the timeline of them having Sebastian and then her going in the military? Is this maybe when she decided to go in the military? Kung Fu Panda, I think this is when she decided to go in the military. If he was making her ride around in the back of a fucking pickup, is that why she decided to go in the military and get the hell away from him? Weird. That might have been before she went in the military because she supported them once she went in the military. He didn't work, remember?
Oh.
Okay. I didn't groom this lady.
I get so tired of that. Yeah, that's
This lady
awful.
she did not have the opportunities that children should have because of her father and the mistakes that her mother had made and the mistakes that her father made. She didn't get the opportunity. But as her husband, I was damned she's going to get these opportunities. I helped her buy her first car. Sprayed my wrist, changing the brake pads on her first vehicle. People will make trash up because they're trashy people.
You're right about that. You're right
And then
about
they're
that.
going to get butthurt when they get a cease and desist because they're talking garbage and they're making me look bad, which I don't need anybody to help me do that. Thank you.
Well, I think calling somebody a predator, that's more than talking shit. That's a crime.
Yeah.
That's a crime.
They
can't do that,
Getting this professional advice and he's blowing his schnaze. He's well aware of what she missed out on. as a child. Yeah, sends out cease and desist and then puts her past on blast.
Yeah.
So when I thought about that, I said, well, maybe that explains the cease and desist letters. I wouldn't let anybody say things like
You know,
that.
when there's a YouTubist out there claiming that they made $20,000 off of my son.
YouTubist.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's gross.
That is gross.
Okay, both of these, and I'm sorry, Brittany, I do love you, but when I see something, I gotta say something. Why is it gross? Why is it gross? You're not doing anything different. If you have ads on, you're not doing anything different. What's gross about it? Because he made more than you did in a month? They're like, oh, I barely make a quarter of that. Okay, maybe try doing something different. What's grosser? I mean, there's no level of gross. If he does a good job and he gets a lot of donations and super chats and stuff, why is that gross? I don't like that. And why are you letting him call all of us YouTubey? What is it? YouTubia? Right. We come here to get paid. That's why we do this. That's why we sign up. That's why we have memberships and things like that. We want to create a community, but we want to get paid for running that community. YouTubist. Thank you. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So when I thought about that, I said, well, maybe that explains the cease and desist letters. I wouldn't let anybody say things like that.
You know, when there's a YouTubist out there claiming that they made $20,000 off of my son.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's gross.
Oh my God.
That is gross.
They got to cease and desist too. Because you're nasty. You're using the fact that my son's not here and telling people you made $20,000. You're pretty nasty.
When a
YouTubist that is literally here in Tennessee sits there and asks me about handguns, and I give him my personal opinion of what he should be looking for because of the performance, and he wants to talk about how much money he has. And I said, well, while you're at it, if you're making that much, why don't you buy two?
I don't know if it's possible, I guess. And who knows why he brought it up? We don't know the context of Seth finding out that information. Maybe there was some kind of a donation thing, and who knows? We only know one part of the story. You missed where he said all YouTube creators? I don't know what you mean. I didn't miss anything. I don't think. I think I've dissected this more than I have, but YouTubists sounds like we're from a whole nother planet of YouTubia. Teresa, a person who plays the tuba is called a tubist or a tubaist. If a YouTubist can make 20K a month, call them successful. Exactly. I mean, I'm sure the bigger channels like that gets millions of views, they make that kind of bank every month. I don't make that kind of money, but I don't know what. He had his own shit going on. He had his GoFundMe and his 2 Cash Apps, and they always want to throw that at us, though. Oh, well, you're making money off of Sebastian. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm making money doing what I do. I hope to make money doing what I do. But you send out cease and desist. Why don't you cease and desist yourself and zip it? I'm a YouTubist from YouTubia. Shall we play a game? Sarah, yeah, I won't. I won't. Criminal Med, you are reporting news. Yeah, and move on, move on. I don't have to move on. This is my channel. I decide what I'm going to cover and what I'm not. And I don't cover every word that comes out of these people's mouths, but I felt this was very telling.
And give me one. No, the pistol don't cost $2,000. They're $2,500. I've been saving up for 4 months before my son went missing to get it. Do you think I have that money now? No, I spent that money in doing other things.
Are you kidding me? So he said because T-Rev made $20K, he's got the right to tell T-Rev, oh, why don't you just buy 2? T-Rev asked for his opinion on guns. And he said, well, damn, if you made that kind of coin, why don't you buy me one? Notice he didn't say, dude, if you're going to spend $2,500 on a gun, why don't you give $2,500 towards the reward? How do you know that T-Rev wasn't going to put some of that money towards a reward? That has never happened. How do you know that T-Rev wasn't waiting for Seth's lawyer to get her shit together and figure out how to draw up a trust? She's busy writing out cease and desist orders, but he still can't get his lawyer to set up a trust fund. How do you know that T-Rev wasn't waiting for that shit to be on the up and up? You don't. But he didn't want money for a reward. He didn't want money for supplies. He didn't want money for resources. He said, why don't you buy me one? Why don't you buy 2? I was saving up before all this happened. Are you kidding me? Who was the child in this situation? Sebastian or Seth? I am shook.
I helped her buy her first car. Sprayed my wrist, changing the
Bear, again, that's not a threat. So don't come in here threatening emotional damages, defamation. Defamation, it's his own words. I don't know how to be more crystal clear about that without being crystal clear. Defamation cannot be used out of their own words. The lack of self-awareness that this man has is not my fault. You can't sue me because he doesn't have self-awareness. So stop with this defamation bullshit.
brake pads on her birth vehicle.
By the way, we're going to have a real live attorney on tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern. I hope that you guys will be able to join. I've got my buddy Dimitri from DShack Law. He is also a professor at the John Jay School of Criminal Justice in New York City. So if you guys would like to come in, we can ask these questions. These are really good ones. I'll ask him if this is considered defamation. So we'll hear from Dimitri tomorrow.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second.
Make trash up.
Not only did T-Rev help Seth a lot, let's just say this. Not only that, but every single live that T-Rev had between 1,000 and 2,000 people in, Seth's Cash App scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled, live after live, thousands after thousands seeing it. Thousands after thousands of his loyal supporters, him telling them and putting his reputation on the line, saying, hey, guy's a good guy. Help him out. Now he's the bad guy to y'all? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. He was played, and now Seth wants you to think he stole his girlfriend. Well, guess what? The said girlfriend is supposed to be live at 6 o'clock tonight. So I suggest you watch it and see what's going on.
because they're
Absolutely.
trashing people.
You're right about that. You're right
And then
about
they're
that.
going to get butthurt when they get a cease and desist because they're talking garbage and they're making me look bad, which I don't need anybody to help me do that. Thank you.
Well, I think calling somebody a predator, that's more than talking shit.
But he realizes that he has no self-awareness. I don't need any help doing that. Thank you very much. That is your first cue to shut up. If you know you don't need help looking worse than you already do, you might want to just shut up.
That's a crime.
Yeah.
That's a crime. They can't do
Oh
that.
my God.
You know.
Yeah.
So when I thought about that, I said, well, maybe that explains the
I don't think she has a channel. She's going on T-Rev's channel.
cease and desist letters. I wouldn't let anybody say things like
You know,
that.
when there's a YouTubers out there claiming that they made $20,000 off of my son.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's gross.
That is gross.
They got to cease and desist too, because you're nasty. You're using the fact that my son's not here and telling people you made $20,000. You're pretty nasty.
When
a YouTube that is literally here in Tennessee sits there and asks me about handguns, and I give him my personal opinion of what he should be looking for because of the performance, and he wants to talk about how much money he has. And I said, well, while you're at it, if you're making that much, why don't you buy two and give me one?
What?
No, the pistol don't cost $2,000. They're $2,500. I've been saving up for 4 months before my son went missing to get it. Do you think I have that money now? No, I spent that money in doing other things.
Right.
Right.
Dude, did I want it? I sure did. That was going to be a birthday present from me to me. Now I just want to find my son.
I get it.
I don't give a fuck.
Core, in all fairness, what he believes is really not our right to judge, because that says a lot about you to say that. And I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be rude, but to say I'm not a fan of T-Rev with all his Bible references and claiming to be a religious and righteous man. I don't know what's in T-Rev's heart. How do you? How has he ever shown you anything other than kindness on YouTube? Has he ever shown you anything but kindness on YouTube? That's all I want to know.
I think you've got a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
What up, Joe? Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. I'm just saying.
About present, I give a fuck about being able to hold my baby boy.
Hold on a minute. I want to clarify that right now. Are you saying that the person bragged to you about making that money?
Yes.
Oh my God. I can't with that.
Crazy.
I'm sorry, y'all. That right there is awful.
Again, they're just believing him. They're just believing him. No qualms about it. I want proof that T-Rev was bragging to Seth. I want proof that T-Rev bragged to Seth. Because I've never seen T-Rev brag about anything. And I've watched a lot of his live streams. He's never come across as the bragging type to me. This is my opinion. I've never seen him be braggy. I mean, you could probably drum up a lot of things to say. But braggy? Who is it then, Sarah? He isn't talking about T-Rev. He's talking about a different YouTubist. Who is it then? Why is it a big secret? If he's talking about someone and it's true, why didn't he just say who it is? If it's not T-Rev, then who is it? I've always seen him be very gracious. I mean, he wouldn't have all these older women calling in, loving on him if he wasn't gracious. Oh, it may be Pascal. Why not just say it? What's he scared to say it? Who's he talking about? Why does it have to be a secret? If this person's a piece of shit, why not just say who it is? Maybe because it didn't happen. Oh, he does end up saying it's T-Rev. Okay, let's keep listening.
It's like, you are such a piece of shit. And to think that I come onto your thing and I think that you have my back and I tell you to be safe while you're out there doing what you're doing in other states, because I've been taken advantage of by YouTubers, content creators, more like copy clickers, because they just want to take interviews and dissect them. Oh, did you see how his eyeball twitched? Oh, he keeps his hand up above. I've got nerve damage in my right arm and I can't even make it into an MRI.
Oh my God, here we go, Eeyore. Everything sucks. Nothing ever goes my way. It's probably gonna rain today.
I've been waiting for over a month, close to 2, for an MRI. All right? Yeah.
Why do they make me wait 2 months? Oh, it's just me.
There's days that I cannot pull myself out of my bed.
I can tell. I mean, this has taken a toll.
Yes, it's too much.
Have you
It took the mental health professional 2 hours to come to the conclusion that she thinks this might have be taking a toll.
Would you be able to just sort of stay away from the whole YouTube stuff for a week or so, just to kind of give yourself...
did. That's why I deleted my account. I couldn't even watch any music or anything. Thank God I'm old enough that I still have CDs.
Yeah.
Bless your heart. It's not good for anybody. It's not, especially, listen, I as a creator myself, I've said this before you've been on my panel, and I'll say it again. When it comes to cases with missing children or tragedies or anything like that, this place is a cesspool.
It is.
For families. It's horrible. What they're doing to you, what's happened to...
I just think it's so ironic that as she's saying all of this, a big super chat flies by with a big comment on it. Watch. This is so ironic. A member and a super chat flies by. It's just perfect timing.
My account. I deleted my account. I couldn't even watch any music or anything. Thank God I'm old enough that I still have CDs.
Yeah.
Bless you.
So he has no self-control. That's what he just told us. He can't keep YouTube for his music purposes because he can't keep himself from listening to this. He had to delete the app. Is that what I heard? Ellie says, I'm strictly stating Seth confirmed it was not T-Rev who earned $20K a month. Okay, well then Seth needs to shut the fuck up if he's not going to just say who it is. It's dumb. He's playing more games. He's creating more drama, and he's trying to pin creator against creator. That's why he's not naming them. He wants everyone to wonder, who's the snake that made $20K? Who's the snake that made $20K and wouldn't give Seth a gun? This is what they want y'all to do. They want y'all to figure out who the fuck the rat is that made Seth feel bad and took all this money in Sebastian's name, and they want you to bitch, and they want you to moan, and they want you to figure it out and complain to every creator who's made money on YouTube. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. It doesn't matter if you made $20K or you made $2. That's still a profit. It's still $2 you didn't have before you talked about Sebastian Rogers. Stop. Stop being hypocrites. Made it members only. Oh my God.
Your heart. It's not good for anybody. It's not, especially, listen, I as a creator myself, I've said this before you've been on my panel, and I'll say it again. When it comes to cases with missing children or tragedies or anything like that, this place is a cesspool.
It is
for families. It's horrible what they're doing to you, what's happened to many others. It's absolutely gross.
You know what's, it is gross, but you know what? When you get people that are paying people to continue to do it, where is the, I mean, really, that's, you can't blame them. People want to pay for the drama. They're like, this is better than, you know, cable TV.
It's sad.
And it's like,
so true.
the only difference is this is real life. This
Wait. Brittany, I love you. You know I love you. But what do you mean? He says, people like YouTube better than cable TV. She says, oh, I know, that's sad. Why is that sad? Don't you want people to watch you? Or do you just go live so, you know, oh, if they do, they do. If not, why not just go live privately? Why put it out for the public? You know what I mean? I love that people prefer YouTube. Absolutely. It means more traffic for all of us creators here. It means more traction and getting missing people out faster. It means more people seeing to raise awareness. That goes further than any billboard or any flyer. And no offense to the billboards and the flyers, it's great. But we have the power of social media. We have the power to go worldwide at the click of a button. And this dude's talking about mailing flyers. Get the fuck out of here. Get on the news. Get on any network that will have you. It's not sad that people come to YouTube. Why would a creator say that?
people want to pay for the drama. They're like, this is better than, you know, cable TV.
It's sad.
And it's
but
like,
so true.
the only difference is this is real life. This isn't Law and Order. You know, this is literally somebody's life.
Yeah, it's called
Seth,
reality
I mean,
TV.
you know, on mainstream TV, the reality TV shows, people flock to that, right?
I don't have TV. I had Netflix. That's about it.
Oh my God. He always downplays everything. This is what makes you look sus. I don't have TV. Well, all I have is Netflix. Why do you act so weird about things?
Now I don't even have that. I actually haven't had a TV subscription. I stopped watching TV when my doctor told me you need to stop watching the news. Because the news is affecting your health.
What? Okay. He says this was 2011. The doctor told him he needed to quit watching the news because it was affecting his health. What? But those video games with blood mode had no bearing on his health, right? None.
Absolutely.
And that was back in 2011.
Sorry.
And they
So I was like,
Wait, 2011. So when he was married to Katie, the doctor told him that he needed to stop watching the news because it was affecting his health. What the fuck?
Like, I tell you what, that's $120 that could be put towards something else.
Absolutely agree. But the reality TV where they take a group of people that don't know each other, put them in a house together, and then they add a bunch of alcohol, and then they film and watch as these people just go through their days fighting and being ugly.
He does not even care.
There's a
Jules of Thought, he doesn't give a damn what you're saying. He's blowing his nose. When you blow your nose, do you hear what someone's saying to you? Put a 1 in chat if when you blow your schnoz, you're comprehending what someone's saying. Put a 1 in chat if when you blow your nose, you can pay attention to a full out combo.
Because the news is affecting your health.
Absolutely.
And that was back in 2011.
Yes. And they
So I was like, I tell you what, that's $120 that could be put towards something else.
Absolutely agree. But the reality TV where they take a group of people that don't know each other, put them in a house together, and then they add a bunch of alcohol, and then they film and watch as these people just go through their days fighting and being ugly.
As soon as she mentioned alcohol, he started blowing that schnoz.
There's a certain element of our population today that what they like, and I think, my opinion,
I think that was a big fuck you right there. Holy shit. Why would you blow your schnoz right in the phone other than to say, shut the fuck up, lady, I'm not listening? Oh my God. Watch his little box light up too. Watch.
The news.
Watch.
Because the news is affecting your health.
Watch.
Absolutely.
And that was back in 2011.
She talks about alcohol, he blows it. She don't shut up, he blows it harder.
So I was like, I tell you what, that's $120 that could be put towards something else.
Absolutely agree. But the reality TV where they take a group of people that don't know each other, put them in a house together, and then they add a bunch of alcohol, and then they film and watch as these people just go through their days fighting and being ugly. There's a certain element of our population today that what they like, and I think, my opinion, you get a lot of that with some of these channels where there's drama all the time. And that one particular channel that, you know, she's got it for Christopher Proudfoot, that they do seem to really like, you know, enjoy that type of banner. And
oh, it's awful.
Oh my God, I just choked. Your comments, oh my God, are killing me. I wish I could pin them all, but I'll freeze. Holy hell. Honk, honk, tuba schnoz. My sides, he's a tubist. Y'all are crazy as fuck. Toot, toot. Oh my God, I'm dying. Oh. Holy shit. Ooh, Amanda says he had to blow hard, and then Chunky Soul says sounded like a horn, and then Kung Fu says all in the same time. This is all at 3:35. Sounded like a horn. Is he blowing his nose or a tuba? And then Amy says, what the heck just happened? Oh my God. This is all in the same moment, or same minute. That's what a YouTubist sound like, says Mark Klein. You guys can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. Those were all comments in like 1 minute's time. Holy shit. Okay. Composure gathered. Let's continue.
it is. It is. And the only thing that you can do, Seth, is to insulate yourself from it and just not watch it. Don't go there. Don't listen. You're not going to control these people.
I needed that laugh.
They are, we sat, Brittany can tell you, we sat and watched for about 2 years as Chris Watt's wife, Chanel.
Oh my God. And here she is.
Parents,
I told y'all in the beginning that this lady got so enthralled with Shanann Watt's family. She brought her dad into my chat just to get everything riled up. It was weird. And now here she is bringing up the Watts, comparing the Watts.
hired attorneys. They sent cease and desist to YouTube. They tried to sue YouTube, individual creators, just trying to make people stop with the nonsense, and they could never get it to happen. And
drama will never stop because there's always people that are craving the drama.
Mm-hmm.
But as creators, you guys can limit it because you can. You can limit the drama. That stuff's not allowed here. If you keep it up, you can go somewhere else because you won't be allowed here. I mean, that's just the way it is. Somebody was wanting to know about me leaving my son at home. When he was here, my son was responsible.
When he was here, my son was responsible.
Have you ever known? Okay, my son was never an eloper. He never eloped. He never ran away, no nothing. Besides the fact that my neighbors all around know my son and think that he's the wonderfulest child they've ever met.
Okay, he's never roamed around my neighborhood, but all the neighbors know him. Remember, Chris said the same thing. Chris was like, the kid never goes outside, but all the neighbors know him. He said he didn't elope.
Oh.
Okay.
He does seem
I
like
mean,
a little darling.
My neighbor has stated that she has watched him come out this door and stand in the driveway. And
like
she was out here. And he was like, hi, how you doing? She's like, hey, what are you up to? And he was like, my dad will be home in about 7 minutes.
Oh, how cute. You fucking kidding me? Do you remember in the divorce papers, whether you want to believe those or not? Remember in the divorce papers, allegedly, Sebastian was seen by neighbors, according to Katie, coming out in the parking lot looking for his dad because he was hungry and his dad hadn't been home, and the neighbors would have him go back inside, lock the door, and then they would contact Katie. And now he's bringing up him coming out. Yeah, the kid that had no sense of time. Exactly, Lux. Exactly, Lux. And you know what, Seth? It's not even that anybody's bashing you. We're literally playing your words. And as a creator, I'm reading the chat and everybody has watched everything you've said. So they're literally bringing it up and counteracting what you're saying in the current live we're watching. That's not defamation. It's not anything like that. And you're no different than anybody else that we follow cases in. So zip it. If anybody should zip it, it's you.
Ran away, no nothing. Besides the fact that my neighbors all around know my son and think that he's the wonderfulest child they've ever met.
Oh.
Well, they think that is not true.
I mean,
a little darling.
My neighbor has stated that she has watched him come out this door and stand in the driveway, and she was out here. And he was like, hi, how you doing? She's like, hey, what are you up to? And he was like, my dad will be home in about 7 minutes.
Aw.
And she's like, how do you know? And he was like, because I know what time it is. My dad's never late when he's coming home from work. He'll be home in about 7 minutes. And she's like, oh.
I agree, Teresa.
I come home. He's already got coffee made and everything. And it's like, how'd you know I was coming home early? He was like, I just knew you were coming home, Dad.
So sweet. So
I made that promise to him. I'm going to work, son. I'll call you later on tonight. because I'd call him from the jail because I can't have my cell phone in there. All right. So I would call his cell phone from the jail and I would see how he was doing. He never had a reason to leave. I hate this word. I really hate this word. But the kid had plenty of food and snacks in this house for him. All right. And when I say snacks, I'm talking about he's got yogurt cups, fruit cups, everything in the fridge, carrots, celery, peanut butter. Boy knows how to cook. Does he, Hot Pockets, burritos, you name it, in the freezer because he knows how to use the microwave. And then if I was here, he would cook on the stove because that's what I was teaching him to do. I was teaching him to be independent for himself.
Wow.
You have to let them grow if they're ever going to be able to fly on their own.
How can I just ask for clarification and listen? I'm not judging you at all because I think you love your son and there's no doubt in my mind.
It's gonna get worse, guys.
But did you have to work overnight or was it during the day?
I worked overnight.
Okay, and he did fine. That's good. I mean, listen,
did you see how he didn't want to admit that, but he had to? I worked overnight.
I have a child on the spectrum and something I can tell y'all about him. Sebastian was 15. They're perfectionists. Was Sebastian a perfectionist? Did you have to do things the right way and, very punctual? I'm just curious.
Not really following the question, but Sebastian.
He didn't follow the question? Listen to that again. She's talking about her experience, right? She already told us, Brittany said she has a child on the spectrum. Brittany is telling us about her experience. Her child probably is a perfectionist and wants things just so. And if they're not just so, things are out of sorts. So I think Brittany is trying to relate with him on this level. And, he's just not picking up what she's laying down. He's not picking up what she's laying down. He doesn't want to connect on that level because he knows nothing about it. I believe that. I am Lux. My opinion, I believe that too.
I come home, he's already got coffee made and everything. And it's like, how'd you know I was coming home early? It was like, I just knew you were coming home, Dad.
So sweet.
I made that promise to him. I'm going to work, son. I'll call you later on tonight because I'd call him from the jail because I can't have my cell phone in there. All right. So I would call his cell phone from the jail and I would see how he was doing. He never had a reason to leave. I hate this word. I really hate this word, but the kid had plenty of food and snacks in this house for him. All right. And when I say snacks, I'm talking about he's got yogurt cups, fruit cups, everything in the fridge, carrots, celery, peanut butter. Boy knows how to cook. Does he, Hot Pockets, burritos, you name it, in the freezer because he knows how to use the microwave. And then if I was here, he would cook on the stove because that's what I was teaching him to do. I was teaching him to be independent for himself.
I've seen a few of you say something about the dogs' names, Cain and Abel. What is weird about that? I don't watch a lot of movies. So if that has a movie reference, let me know because I don't watch movies. What's the Cain and Abel reference?
Wow.
You have to let them grow if they're ever going to be able to fly on their own.
How can I just ask for clarification and listen? I'm not judging you at all because I think.
What are their parts in the Bible? Like, what is their, weird. What is their story? I did not even know that. What does that even mean? Now I got to look up the story. Cain treacherously murdered his brother Abel. lied about the murder to God, and as a result was cursed and marked for life. What? Both of the brothers were asked to offer up individual sacrifices? According to Genesis, Abel, a shepherd, offered the Lord his firstborn of his flock. The Lord respected Abel's sacrifice, but did not respect that offered by Cain. In a jealous rage, Cain murdered Abel. Cain then became a fugitive because his brother's innocent blood put a curse on him. Yeah, because one murdered the other.
You love your son, and there's no doubt in my mind. I don't question it. But did you have to work overnight, or was it during the day?
I worked overnight.
Okay, and he did fine. That's good. I mean, listen, I have a child on the spectrum, and something I can tell y'all about him. Sebastian was 15. They're perfectionists. Was Sebastian a perfectionist? Did he have to do things the right way and, very punctual? I'm just curious.
Not really following the question, but Sebastian did what Sebastian knew he needed to do.
Right. So usually when a lot, I don't want to say that because it's not fair, but in the cases
I'll tell
that
you
I've
what,
seen,
I'd come home and his bed ain't made. Did he make his bed like he was
I love
supposed to? No.
So he sacrificed his firstborn over jealousy? That's the Cain and Abel story? Cain got mad at God and killed his brother Abel. Jealousy. Cain asked God if he was his brother's keeper. That's not what I read. So the firstborn was sacrificed over jealousy? Bing bong. The firstborn was sacrificed over jealousy? That's what I just read. Is that right? Is that what you guys heard too? Wow. Cain was the first murderer on earth. You don't think it's that deep? It's because they fight? Well, it's kind of ironic, though, if it is. I mean, Felicia, you have to consider the situation at hand. We have a jealous Seth, and it's just a little bit of a strange reference, even if it is just coincidental. No one's being ridiculous. No one's overthinking. Symbolism. Yeah, Amy, exactly.
I come home, be like, Sebastian, did you brush your teeth last night before you went to bed? I'm gonna take that as a no. Go brush your teeth.
It's a typical teenager.
Yeah, he's a teenager. He's gonna rebel. Welcome to being, a parent of a teenager. Certain things you have to do. Certain things you just look over. Certain things you have to remind them of. All right.
Well,
it was just that. I was
would-
happy if
Mhm.
he made sure that his room was maintained.
There you
And
go.
he knew how to wash his own laundry.
Oh, that's
You
good.
know, when he was having accidents.
This is where it gets gross. I just want to preface this. Because in one interview, we heard that, his socks would be balled up under his pillow between the bed and the wall, amongst other things.
All right. He didn't get in trouble for having the accident. He got in trouble for not cleaning it up.
Okay. He didn't get in trouble for having the accidents. He got in trouble for not cleaning them up.
There you go.
Guaranteed this is when he was like 11 and 12 because we were getting to the point where he didn't have accidents at my house. He didn't need to wear a pull-up. He didn't have to, he was here for 2 weeks at one point in time. I think he had an accident. He didn't make it to the toilet in time. Not he was sitting there and just peed himself like, oh, I peed myself.
Wow. Wow. Robin, Adam and Eve had 3 sons that we know of: Cain, Abel, and Seth. He did. He did just do that. Yes, he did.
Point where he didn't have accidents at my house. He didn't need to wear a pull-up. He didn't have to, he was here for 2 weeks at one point in time. I think he had an accident. He didn't make it to the toilet in time. Not he was sitting there and just peed himself like, oh, I peed myself. No, he didn't make it there in time, and he peed himself trying to get his little thing out so that he could sit there and pee.
So he could get his little thing out? And he thinks that this child is coming home and to his hero? Is this hero material? Exactly, Mrs. Smith. Who says things like this?
He knew how to wash his own laundry.
Oh, that's
good. When he was having accidents, all right, he didn't get in trouble for having the accident. He got in trouble for not cleaning it up.
There you go.
Guaranteed this is when he was like 11 and 12 because we were getting to the point where he didn't have accidents at my house. He didn't need to wear a pull-up. He didn't have to, he was here for 2 weeks at one point in time. I think he had an accident. He didn't make it to the toilet in time. Not he was sitting there and just peed himself like, oh, I peed myself. No, he didn't make it there in time, and he peed himself trying to get his little thing out so that he could sit there and pee in the toilet. All right.
Okay,
and I looked at him and I was like, okay, you're not in trouble for that. But what you do need to do is you now need to take a shower and you need to go ahead and start a load of laundry when you're done. Because you got it on you. You got pee on you, son. It's urine. You don't want to smell like that. It's not good for your skin. Hot shower, clean yourself up, start a load of laundry. If he had an accident in the bed, because he was also getting to that age as well, the last time he had an accident.
Wait, what is he talking about? He was also getting to that age. That age came and went when you're 11, 12. You stop peeing the bed when you're like 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 or 12. What is he talking about? He's talking about this kid going backwards. What? Dude, this is probably the worst thing I've heard yet.
Smell like that. It's not good for your skin. Hot shower, clean yourself up, start a load of laundry. If he had an accident in the bed, because he was also getting to that age as
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's talking about wet dreams. No, I thought, oh man, I didn't pick up on that right away. My bad. That I did not pick up on. How inappropriately gross. I didn't pick up on that. I never would have thought that's what he was talking about. Oh my God, in heaven, on earth. He just referenced the size And then this. Holly says CP said Seb liked peeing his pants, so there's that. Well, we don't know what CP knows and doesn't know. We don't know anything about what these people truly know was going on in these homes. We don't know what Chris Proudfoot knows or doesn't know. I'm sure it's all come out in the CPS reports. Oh, no, I didn't hear her say yep. Let me go back a few seconds because I didn't catch that right away. Oh, my goodness.
You now need to take a shower, and you need to go ahead and start a load of laundry when you're done. Because you got it on you. You got pee on you, son. It's urine. You don't want to smell like that. It's not good for your skin. Hot shower, clean yourself up, start a load of laundry. If he had an accident in the bed, because he was also getting to that age as well, the last time he had an accident, I don't think he peed himself.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to tell you.
He's the boy. And I was like, hey, your clothes are wet. So I need you to go ahead and get up. He was like, but Dad, I didn't pee myself. I was like, son, I'm not asking you what happened. I'm telling you.
Oh, I totally did not hear this part. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, this is despicable. Oh my God. You're damn right, Stephen A. You said because you didn't want to hear it. Holy shit. No, I didn't even catch this. Oh man. Can Katie send him a cease and desist on behalf of Sebastian? For fuck ass sakes. This is absolutely repulsive.
I need you to get up. I need you to strip your bed. We need to go ahead and get that stuff ready for the washer. And I need you to just go take a shower.
And he would do it and all is fine, right? I mean, but
and then afterwards, he took a shower, put the laundry in, started the washer, washed that. We Lysoled the bed to make sure, like we do any other time we're doing linen.
Oh my God. Why does he go on and on and on and on? Can you imagine? Why does he feel so natural? Like, why does this feel so natural to him to have these conversations with complete strangers? Why is this so easy for him to tell? I mean, these are things that are so private and personal that it makes me feel there were no boundaries. Sebastian had no privacy. Probably very low self-esteem, probably scared. Whatever the next move was going to be was wrong. No fucking direction. And I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at that. I looked up at chat and all I see is Stephanie's comment. Stephanie 007. Jay, remember Seth staying in the picture. And I'm sorry, that's what made me laugh. Yes. And don't think that that didn't pop into my head too. I love you, Stephanie. And Pearl Girl, yep. In those, allegedly, he walked around the house naked in front of Sebastian. I mean, God knows what other things Sebastian could have picked up. Yeah, there's a lot of those kind of references, Erica. Just Jesse says, can LE slap a C and D on Seth for all of this? I don't know about that, but they can slap some handcuffs on him for other things if they find anything, I guess. Gypsy Witch wants to know, what was Sebastian watching while he was at work? Yeah, inappropriate boundaries, Amy T. That's what I meant. Well, if you've seen the pic, you've seen it. If you haven't, you haven't. It's not really something I want to revisit, Angela. Right, Wanda. I wonder how the personal information gets out. It's not even like we're digging. Like, I'm going to be honest here. In any other case, I would not, like, Katie's family stuff. Like, I've never shown her family. I've never focused on that. I'm not into digging dirt like that, when it's like inappropriately, directed. If we don't know, these parents aren't speaking out and we don't know the whole story and people start to dig and then put the things out there and they get partial stories. We're not getting a partial story in this case. Seth alone has put out their entire life story. And everybody says, oh, but at least he's being honest. Maybe so. There's some truth within, that pretty picture he's trying to paint. There's some dark truth in that pretty picture. And because we don't have the background that he does, we don't find this kind of abuse and treatment and discussion of things abnormal, that we're shook. So it tells me, like, what did Seth encounter growing up that this is so damn natural? It's like he's not doing it to be mean. He's doing it because it's normal to him. It's weird. We are complete strangers. Complete strangers. And some of these videos are getting 20, 40,000 views. Why would you want that out there? Unless this is just my theory, my thoughts, my opinion, allegedly, whatever words I need to use to say these are my thoughts and my thoughts only, and not to be stated as facts or misconstrued for any purpose. Now I lost my train of thought. Fuck. What was I saying? He's doing it because he doesn't know better and it is his normal. Damn it, I forgot my train of thought, and that was really, really a good intro. Maybe it'll come back to me. Jesse, maybe you can finish my sentence then, because I totally forgot what I was saying. What was the last thing I said? Why would you share really private stuff like that? Nothing embarrassing or private should be shared, only good, wholesome things. Right, that's normally what happens. Why he was doing this with strangers. Why didn't he hire a sitter for Sebastian who's 15 but 10 or 11 in mentality? Maybe because he's not 10 or 11 in mentality. And this is why CP was worried about boundaries around Sebastian. Oh, okay. I just got it back. Okay. So the only reason I can see putting out there anything negative or sharing these weird stories is if you're about to preface maybe a defense, and this is just my opinion, that maybe your defense is going to be part of something, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like he grew up with it. I was wondering about that too, but I just wonder why you would put all this out there. Are you starting to paint a picture of Sebastian for the public? Like Chris P was going to come out and say he was a PEDO, and then Seth put the kibosh on it, but he's slowly but surely bringing out, hormonal that, oh, he's going through puberty. He's doing this, he's doing that. I don't know. Yeah, but how do you not get normal human behavior? I mean, he's 43 years old. He's 43 years old.
And he made his bed, and there was no more conversation about it.
There you go.
I
So
don't understand why.
Right, NFT, something like that. He didn't say it though, Regina. That's the thing. You are mad at Chris Proudfoot for saying he was a PEDO, but he never said it. Seth did. Seth said it. Seth said, oh, Chris Proudfoot's going to come out and say my son's a PEDO. Chris Proudfoot never said it. Who's Jenny P? Jay coming in hot. Seth mentioned and seemed pissed as a person named Jenny P. Who is that person? I have no idea. I've never heard of her. Yeah, because Chris never said it. And he made it sound like he was just getting in front of it.
There would be more conversation. It happened. It's in the past. We clean ourselves up. We take care of what happened, and we move on.
Me either,
well,
Queen.
I guess that's why I struggle, because you said he did so well. I don't understand why he had to wear, I don't.
Why is she ignoring the fact that he just talked about his son's wet dream? And why didn't his lawyer take care of the trust fund before she went and took care of cease and desist? What really is his goal here? Wouldn't you think that he would say, no, let's get that reward fund set up before you do cease and desist? Let's not cease and desist these creators because they're willing to give to the reward fund. So I don't want to burn any bridges with the people that, are making money and want to donate to my reward fund because they support me. I don't want to burn any bridges. So let's go ahead, Miss Lawyer, and get that trust set up first and see how it goes.
I don't know what to call him, but they made him wear them 24/7 at their house. It just seemed.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Oh, absolutely.
This is for Jenny P. T-Rev isn't the person that made $20,000.
Oh, okay.
Okay. T-Rev told me how much he made in 1 month, and I haven't stated how much he made in 1 month. But some of the stuff that came out of his mouth to me after being quote unquote my brother, as he has stated.
Jenny
B.
The
fact is that he did.
Who the heck is Jenny B? I've never even heard of that person. Have you guys heard of Jenny B? No, I'm looking for maybe they deleted her then because I don't see a Jenny B. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for Jenny B in the chat. Solo sock. Oh my God, I can't. Yeah, I don't see a Jenny B and they must have deleted her. Why they gotta delete shit?
This to himself. And he continues to sit there and do what he did. I do not have a problem with people getting $10, $5, super chats, whatever.
Oh, so now he's putting a cap on what YouTubians can make. I'll tell you what this dude is doing. He went on Social Blade. He put in creators' names, and he thinks that that's accurate. I bet you any money. I bet you any money that's what he did. I don't know where he would get that kind of number.
Because I know that that's what you're doing. But if you're spreading my son's case in a positive manner, instead of talking about him, because you guys don't know him, you guys don't really know me.
No, we don't know him, but we do based on what you've said.
But if you're going to sit there and talk down about my son or talk down to me, you're with the drama. I can't have it. So Jenny P, know what I'm talking about. And if I'm a sad ass individual, what's that make you for not knowing what I'm speaking about?
Oh, Jenny P called him a sad ass individual. Individual. I just combined individual and vigil in the same word. Individual. I just made a new word. So yeah, they deleted her because she called him a sorry ass.
See, that's part of the drama, Jenny.
Yeah, that's.
You don't know who I'm speaking about. I haven't stated everybody that I sent a cease and desist to. I stated I sent it to 6 people.
And Jenny P, who are you to say to someone who's lost their child, child is gone? Who the hell do you think you are calling them a sad ass person? What do you? I can't even imagine a world like that. Have you tried to put yourself in his shoes for about 2 seconds? I can't even imagine
I can't even imagine a mental health professional thinking that him just telling tens of thousands of people about his son's wet dream is appropriate. She sat there and listened to it. I know, Jenny P, you're always welcome here, baby. Jenny P, if you're listening, come on in.
panic that a person would have, not knowing where their child is and just trying anything to try to figure out even what direction to go in. What does that mean, you sad ass individual? You are the one that's reflecting yourself to be a sad ass individual. I'm done, Brittany.
Okay, then hop off, Jewels of Thought. Like, you wore your welcome out with the Watts case. Look at, even Justice Jane is in the chat going, who's Jenny P?
Sorry
no, tell it. That mods, I want 0 tolerance for tonight, because that right there, I tell my mods to let, and let's still have freedom of speech, but not like that. That shit ain't okay at all.
And there's one other one, audacity. I just get the feeling that if the other parent left him that long, there would be an outrage. Katie knew what I did.
Audacity in chat is who he's talking to. Audacity. I've seen that name. Let's go back a few seconds. He's addressing Audacity in chat.
And let's still have
well,
freedom of speech, but not like that. That shit ain't okay at all.
and there's one other one, audacity. I just get the feeling that if the other parent left him that long, there would be an outrage. Katie knew what I did. She knows how long my shifts are. She knows that I work nights and I work 12-hour shifts. She knew everything before she came up, before we even agreed to that.
Okay, that's probably why one of the reasons Katie didn't want him to go there. Because he's going to be alone most of the time. The link to the channel is in the description of this video if you guys want to watch the whole thing, because this is like 4 hours long. We're almost done here.
Well, here's the thing too. I'm listening to what Seth
And
says.
Katie, Sebastian would get off at 3
Let him
o'clock,
keep-
and Katie
let him
wouldn't
keep
get
running
home
his
until
mouth.
6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. So if you think that me leaving him for 12 hours while I go to work at night, she left him at home alone as well during the day.
Do you hear this? Tit for tat, tit for tat. Titties, your name is perfect for this case. He's comparing a 12 to 16-hour shift with Sebastian getting off the bus at 3 in the afternoon, letting himself in the house, doing chores, whatever he did. I don't know what he did there. Homework, whatever they said he had to do. And she gets home at 6 or 7. He's comparing a 12 to 16-hour shift to 3-4 hours. And he's probably exaggerating how long he was home alone anyways, because he seems to exaggerate everything when it comes to Katie.
I remember
All
hearing
right.
Chris say
He's
that.
15 years old. No, we communicated about that because one of the things that I wanted her to make sure that she understood is that I work 12-hour shifts. Sometimes I have to stay over. It's mandated, and I have to pull 16-hour shifts because we're shorthanded.
You wonder why he
We
didn't
got to
want,
have
want him
officers
to live
there
with
for
you.
the inmates. And she was completely aware of this. See, there was communication.
Yeah, I'm sure she was aware of it, and that's probably why she did not want him to live with you full time. Who can blame her? I can't blame her for that. And here on this show, we look at everybody and everyone, not just Seth, not just Chris, not just Katie, everyone. Everybody. Maybe they wanted him to, get to a point where he could apply for another shift. Maybe that's why they waited a year. I don't know. There's no explanations. It's just a bunch of twisty, talky bullshit. Tracy, maybe they are hiding Sebastian so he doesn't live with Seth, and so Chris can have Faith. Isn't she with him for the summer? I don't know where his baby girl is, and I don't want to put that out there. I'm not privy to information about his young daughter. But about the hiding Sebastian, I don't think it would take hiding Sebastian from Seth. If you went to court and you said, hi, Judge, I work Monday through Friday, and my son comes home from 3 to 7 or 3 to 6, whatever the case may be. I don't feel it's a safe environment for my son at his dad's by himself for 12 to 16 hours. What do you think a judge is going to rule? Do you really think that a judge is going to put him in a home where he's going to be by himself all the time when the mom is saying no? Katie wanted us to think he was nonverbal. If you call his name, he'll look. Dude, this kid was bowling and hanging out at sporting events, cheering and saying, you suck, and joking around. Sebastian had a sense of humor. He was 15. No one knows what his age mentally was. You've seen clips. You have no idea what his age mentally was. All you do is believe what they say. If you believe what they say, Katie said, If you call his name, he'll look. Then we see him playing tag and shit as an 11-year-old. I mean, come on. You have to use your common sense instead of just being a sponge for what these people tell you, because what they're saying and what we're seeing isn't adding up. And it does a disservice to Sebastian.
Was co-parenting when it came to Sebastian.
I mean, if kids want to ignore you, they ignore you. My kids ignored me. I mean, anybody can give the silent treatment. It doesn't mean that it's the worst of the worst going on. If you call his name, he'll look. Come on. She made him sound inept.
Sebastian wasn't the best in the world, but at least both of us tried.
Well, one thing that I actually that sticks out for me with everything, and I've tried to even tell everybody, what, regardless of what you believe, that you can't deny that even Chris and Katie themselves has spoke very highly of Seth's relationship
I'm not
with
saying
Sebastian.
that kids don't do that. I'm saying I don't believe that Sebastian did that. Like, I feel like they're exaggerating it to make it seem like it was a real thing, like you say with your daughter, Potato. That's real. I'm just saying they make it seem like it's worse than it was with everything. Jay, didn't Seth say, wait, hold on, that went away. And if he was like that, don't you think she would have used that? Because look at you, just used that term. Because you were explained that as you raised your child. You learned what that was, right? Jay didn't Seth say he had a phone at work, or he can't have his phone. He couldn't even call his dad if he needed him. He said that he would call him from the jail. I don't know about Sebastian being able to call him. I don't know about that. I do hope he's alive somewhere, but I don't think he came home from the eventful day out. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they have lockers they put their phones in. I don't know how that works there.
Yeah.
You know, they said that if Sebastian was in sport,
the chat changed to members only. Oh, he ditched. Look at, he left after that. I didn't even realize he was gone. Hang on, this was the last thing he said. Let's listen to the last thing again.
and he would do it, and all is fine, right? I mean, but
And then afterwards, he took a shower, put the laundry in, started the washer, washed that. We Lysoled the bed to make sure, like we do any other time we're doing linens. And he made his bed, and there was no more conversation about it.
There you go.
I don't understand why there would be more conversation. It happened. It's in the past. We clean ourselves up. We take care of what happened, and we move on.
No, Shell, he didn't.
Well, I guess that's why I struggle, because you said he did so well. You know, I don't understand why he had to wear, you know, I don't know what to call him, but they made him wear them 24/7 at their house. It just seemed.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Oh, absolutely.
This is for Jenny P. T-Rev isn't the person that made $20,000.
Oh, okay.
Okay. T-Rev told me how much he made in 1 month, and I haven't stated how much he made in 1 month. But some of the stuff that came out of his mouth to me, after being quote unquote my brother, as he has stated, and the fact is that he did this to himself, and he continues to sit there and do what he did. I do not have a problem with people
Who's
getting
friends with T-Rev? What are you talking about?
$10, $5, super chats, whatever, because I know that that's what you're doing. But if you're spreading my son's case in a positive manner, instead of talking about him, because you guys don't know him, You guys don't really know me.
That's how he left
But
it.
if you're going to sit there and talk down about my son or talk down to me, you're with the drama. I can't have it. So Jenny P, know what I'm talking about. And if I'm a sad ass individual, what's that make you for not knowing what
Oh,
I'm
it was after the
speaking
sad
about?
ass individual.
See, that's part of the drama, Jenny.
Yeah,
You don't know who I'm speaking about. I haven't stated everybody that I sent a cease and desist to. I
And
stated I sent it to 6 people.
And Jenny P, who are you to say to someone who's lost
Free
their
Jenny
child,
P.
who is
Free Jenny
their child
P.
is gone?
Free Jenny
Who the hell
P.
do you think you are, calling them a sad ass person? What do you? I can't even imagine a world like that. Have you tried to put yourself in his shoes for about 2 seconds? I can't even imagine the panic that a person would have.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was T-Rev. She just said it was gross. I wonder if he didn't say it was T-Rev. He just said it wasn't T-Rev.
Knowing where their child is and just trying anything to try to figure out even what direction to go in. What does that mean, you sad ass individual? You are the one that's reflecting yourself to be a sad ass individual. I'm done, Brittany. Sorry.
No, tell it. That mods, I want 0 tolerance for tonight, because that right there, I tell my mods to let and let's still have freedom of speech, but not like that. That shit ain't okay at all.
And there's one other one, audacity. I just get the feeling that if the other parent left him that long, there would be an outrage. Katie knew what I did. She knows how long my shifts are. She knows that I work nights and I work 12-hour shifts. She knew everything before she came up, before we even agreed to that.
Well, here's the thing too. I'm listening to what Seth says.
Katie, Sebastian would get off at 3:00, and Katie wouldn't get home until 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. So if you think that me leaving him for 12 hours while I go to work at night, she left him at home alone as well during the day.
I remember
All right.
Chris say
He's
that.
15 years old. No, we communicated about that because one of the things that I wanted her to make sure that she understood is that I work 12-hour shifts. Sometimes I have to stay over. It's mandated, and I have to pull 16-hour shifts because we're shorthanded. We got to have officers there for the inmates. And she was completely aware of this. See, there was communication, there was co-parenting when it came to Sebastian. Wasn't the best in the world, but at least both of us tried.
Well, one thing that I actually that sticks out for me with everything, and I've tried to even tell everybody, what, regardless of what you believe, that you can't deny that even Chris and Katie themselves has spoke very highly of Seth's relationship with Sebastian.
Yeah.
You know, they said that
that's when he left. That's when he left. When they said, "Oh,
Sebastian was in sports, you bet his father would be on the front row."
Were you typing in here? Oh, there you are. Okay, I see you. You had to become a member to chat, right? When he saw Nancy's face, he's like, "I'm out." He had PTSD from Nancy's face, right? But what's funny is, and before we close this up, which I'm going to close it up here in a minute, this is what they were playing before he hopped on this panel. So no, I don't think she paid him. No, I don't think that. I think he was wanting to clear some air because Trisha from Web Sleuths, ooh-wee, she was hot. I have never heard Trisha swear before. And she is personal friends. She knows personally Chloe, the PI, and she had Chloe's back. Let me just tell you that. Take a listen. This is what they were listening to when he decided to come up on panel. River, put a sock in it.
In the picture, I noticed he was playing up to Seth calling him boss man and telling people they had to talk to the boss because he only followed what Seth said. And it's really manipulative, and that was sort of the beginning of the transition of Seth into this new, kind of off-putting guy who's just pushing everybody away from him. Sad.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder where did he come from? How did he get into this picture? Just my opinion.
Nana, it's not it's not a coincidence that both Christopher Proudfoot and Tony Mathis, both crane operators, those are skilled jobs, right? There's not a lot of those crane operators around. That's not a coincidence. They had to have known each other. They had to have.
Mm-hmm. And now that the Proudfoots are not speaking, they're silent. Makes me wonder.
Yep.
They're silent right now. They're not speaking, and they kind of got what they wanted.
They got everything they wanted. They dismantled the PayPal. They went on a couple of shows to rehabilitate their image into these happy, giggly, fun people.
What
And
is she
as
talking
Seth
about?
lost support.
Where is my little bar to fast forward this ish? How do I get out of here? Hold on. I am making a vow. I am not using this fucking service. I absolutely hate it. I don't know how to get out of here now. Oh, there it is. Okay. I had the chat covering it, I guess. I want to hear Trisha. I don't want to hear. Here we go. Oh, thank God. Let that shit loose. That was like taking off a bra, for fuck's sake. That was like taking off a bra. I felt so constricted. Okay. Here we go.
Christopher and Katie got happier and happier.
It really did. I mean, you can see were or was in that situation.
He went. We'll be putting up this picture.
Okay.
I do, yeah.
Okay, because I want to show you something after this. This isn't very long. I showed last night Katie on the interview with Katie is something that sticks out to me. All right, let me play this real quick.
And understanding the dynamics of how things are. We're going to be talking about Sebastian Rogers tonight. He is a 15-year-old that went missing toward the end of February. He seems to have literally just vanished from his home in Tennessee. We have not, there are no clues as to where he went. We'll be putting up this picture. We'll be talking about what he likes. We'll be talking a lot about Sebastian later on. But in all my years of doing this, I have never, ever seen something so appalling and so outright disgusting from the parent of a missing child, other than if the parent has been involved in harming the child or taking the child away. I'm talking about Seth Rogers, and this is Sebastian's father. There is nothing to indicate he has anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian. I want to state that unequivocally. However, what he has done, I don't even know where to begin. I can tell you that a bunch of YouTubers and others involved in helping look for Sebastian received a letter from an attorney.
Big time.
It was a cease and desist order. Okay.
So
Seth
crazy.
Rogers sent out a threatening letter to people who were
I'm actually a little shocked.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I do want to say this. I don't agree with the cease and desist. I think that we should be, I'm worried, Julie.
She says that she doesn't agree with the cease and desist. All right, let's get back to Trisha.
Her personal time to search for Sebastian. She is not involved in this drama. There have been.
She's talking about Chloe right now.
All these lies out there about her, and I'm not going to go into that because it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. But she has integrity, and she has not been out there gossiping. She got one of these letters telling her, you can't talk about Sebastian. You can't talk about the efforts to locate Sebastian. And I'm not sure. Did it say that she can't even search for Sebastian? Probably. I'm not sure. Can you believe this? And it wasn't just Chloe. A bunch of people got them. A bunch of people. So, and here's the thing. Okay, let's just take this a little chunk at a time. There are people out there saying some pretty nasty things about Seth for whatever reason. Well, guess what, Seth? When you put yourself out there, that's what happens. Okay? That's what happens. And I'm sorry.
Boom.
I'm gonna be fair. She's being fair, and I'll tell you how. She told Chris Proudfoot the same thing when she was
I find it ironic they were watching this when he hopped up.
Here, I'm gonna play the rest of this. I think this is about it, so I want to read that.
Again, they can't say anything about Seth. Fine, your feelings are hurt. You don't want people saying negative things about you. Okay, whatever. But for God's sakes, these people are helping you find your child.
Yes.
What is wrong with you, man? What is wrong with you?
She's
Who
right.
is advising you? Who in the name
Wait, they were just saying all of this was right.
of God is telling you to do this stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Exactly.
Of a parent of a missing child to do.
Have you ever seen her like this?
My
Never.
goodness. The thing
Never
is
seen
that
her
when
this
Seth first
bad.
came out, after we dealt with Chris
Welcome,
Proudfoot and
Mags.
Katie, and Chris Proudfoot proudly saying that he hit Sebastian with a belt. That disgusted me, and I said it to his face. I thought it was abusive.
We cannot forget that. And she did. I love her because she did. Out of everybody, she was the same to this man as she was behind his back.
Absolutely.
I've got respect for her. And
But y'all
really
didn't do
does.
that.
I've never seen her upset like this.
But y'all didn't do that when he came up. Y'all kissed his ass. You didn't say anything about the cease and desist. You agreed.
But it's true. We cannot lose sight of that either, though, because I feel like, Jules, because now all of this is happening,
Stephanie.
it's like people are completely forgetting about the red flags that everybody was up in arms about, the belt.
Dude, you gotta...
The fact that they're asked describe Sebastian's strengths and
you gotta have a spine. You gotta hold true to who you are and what you believe.
weaknesses, and they can't give you one strength.
Damn.
I'm so mad
Damn.
about, like, it just makes me want to cry the way that this baby was treated.
Oh man, this makes me really, really sad to hear this conforming to whoever you're listening to or talking to. I don't like that.
Yep.
They were all like, yep,
Justin
yep.
was up here last night, and I completely forgot about this.
What?
He had 2 cats. Sebastian had 2 cats in California. And they asked what was a way to get Sebastian to come to you, and he said, have cats.
Oh, well, guess what? We just heard he had 2 dogs and one of them his dad let drag him down the sidewalk. And y'all were like, okay with that?
Cats. Like, that's how much that kid loved the cats.
Yeah.
And you took them from him.
And
You
they
took his
took
2 little
snake.
cats.
Wow.
Yep.
Horrible. Just
They
horrible.
They took the snake. They took the cats. He took
Seth gave away the
belongings
dogs
and made him throw them away himself.
and the
Now
bearded
that lit
dragon.
me up. I'm not gonna lie. I was livid when I heard that. Him talking about taking everything, throwing it in the trash, and saying, "Yeah, now you can keep your room clean" or whatever. You know what?
Now you walk it down the driveway to the curb. All of your stuff.
Terrible. That would have absolute. You know this. You know what it's like helping someone on the spectrum stay regulated and calm. Their surroundings, their theme.
Honestly, Mark, she didn't even have to ask any questions. She was trying to ask questions and she had to interrupt him because he was just spewing. So they turned that off. That's where they left off right there. Let's see the last things they were saying before he hopped on.
To activate Sebastian, he would be uncomfortable and unable to manage. That would set you up right there for him to have a meltdown and maybe even lash out.
100%. 100%. And of course, he said, I'll promise you, works like a champ. I bet it did.
Wow.
I bet it did. I bet you he cleaned his room spick and span because he knew that you would take his belongings.
Look how if Chris Proudfoot would have called in, would they have changed their tune? So Seth said, or you can ask me, and then popped up. Yeah, we listened to them talk to Seth first. Hey, Debbie from Detroit-ish. Despicable. Welcome, Tracy. Thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Someone in the chat offered him 2 kittens for when Sebastian comes home. Could you imagine that? No. CP did to Nina when she left. He got rid of her stuff to leave her, so it's definitely a pattern. Pearl Girl says, in my opinions here, no wonder this child left. Hell, find me the door. I'd like to play for you guys Trisha's rant before we end here. And I don't mean rant in a negative fashion. I respect Trisha. I respect Web Sleuth. I've said before, she to me is like the queen.
I see what you're saying.
Of true crime. I know that there's people on here that go by queen, but what I'm going to say is she started Web Sleuth's message board before anything else was ever out there for true crime. For following current cases, we had headline news with Nancy Grace and Jane Valendez or whatever her name was. But we had Trisha, and we didn't, or Trish, we didn't know, I didn't anyways, know who she was until probably a few years ago from YouTube. I never knew who made Web Sleuths, but when I found out it was this lady, I was like, total respect. Like complete respect for her. She's been around since at least the 90s with these cases. And you know what, Kendra? Even if T-Rev did make that kind of money and he was waiting for a trust to be set up, I would wait too. I wouldn't be pissing away that kind of money. And I know there's been creators on here that go on here and do 8-hour lives and they're like, 20 grand ain't that much money. I don't know where you come from, but 20 grand to me is a fuck of a lot of money. 10 grand is a lot of money to me. So I don't know who these people think they fucking are, but to me, that's a lot of money. It may not support you for the rest of your life or anything like that, but it's still a good chunk of money. When we have people on this platform that view our videos and our live streams that are barely making it, that's a lot of fucking money. She is the ultimate GOAT. Absolutely. Save the Morkies.
Hold on here. I know.
When does she go off here?
He told those people to F.
They went on to create the foundation.
To search for Sebastian. She is not.
Okay, here we go. She does it right off the rip. See, and she don't fuck around.
Hey everyone, welcome to Web Sleuths YouTube Live. My name is Trisha Griffith. I am the very proud manager of websleuths.com. Now, right here over my shoulder,
we love
you can see
Trish.
Awesome Tex Bug Nugget the First, or Offie, as we call him. You can't see Scrappy Joe. He's asleep right next to me. And I have 2 cats that will show up at any moment yelling, so be prepared. Also joining us is Insightful One, also known as Stacy, also known as our executive producer. How are you tonight, my dear?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing very, very good. I'm talking softer. I had a complaint that I talk too loud, and I put on my announcer voice, and I don't mean to. So I'm talking softer tonight. However, you're going to see me get very upset, and that might lead me to screaming and blood spurting out of my eyes. So be ready, okay? Because I haven't been this upset in a long time. Now, Stacy, you know that I've been working with like missing persons families at least since 2004 when I took over websleuths.com. You've been working with missing persons families since you've joined and became our executive producer here for years. And so we're used to working with families and understanding the dynamics of how things are.
Yes.
We're going to be talking about Sebastian Rogers tonight. He is the 15-year-old that went missing toward the end of February. He seems to have literally just vanished from his home in Tennessee. We have not, there are no clues as to where he went. We'll be putting up his picture. We'll be talking about what he likes. We'll be talking a lot about Sebastian later on. But in all my years of doing this, I have never, ever seen something so appalling and so outright disgusting from the parent of a missing child, other than if the parent has been involved in harming the child or taking the child away. I'm talking about Seth Rogers, and this is Sebastian's father. There is nothing to indicate he has anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian. I want to state that unequivocally. However, what he has done, I don't even know where to begin. I can tell you that a bunch of YouTubers and others involved in helping look for Sebastian received a letter from an attorney. It was a cease and desist order, okay? And in this, I'm just going to talk about a couple of basic things that it said. Now, I don't know if all the cease and desist orders said this. I would imagine they did. But basically, Seth Rogers sent out a threatening letter to people who were discussing his child's disappearance, all right? And it says in this letter that they can, according to the attorney, that he is not giving them permission to discuss Sebastian or the efforts to locate Sebastian. And in this letter, it says that basically, and I'm paraphrasing, you can't, and I haven't seen everybody's letters, everybody got a different letter, but basically you can't say anything about Seth either. Now, did you hear what I said here? He sent out a cease and desist from an attorney telling people that they cannot discuss Sebastian or the efforts to locate Sebastian. And you know who got one of those letters? Chloe. Chloe, the most amazing private investigator I have ever run across, who has been giving up her personal time to search for Sebastian. She is not involved in this drama. There have been all these lies out there about her, and I'm not going to go into that because it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. But she has integrity, and she has not been out there gossiping. She got one of these letters telling her, you can't talk about Sebastian. You can't talk about the efforts to locate Sebastian. And I'm not sure. Did it say that she can't even search for Sebastian? Probably. I'm not sure. Can you believe this? And it wasn't just Chloe. A bunch of people got them. A bunch of people. So, and here's the thing. Okay, let's just take this a little chunk at a time. There are people out there saying some pretty nasty things about Seth for whatever reason. Well, guess what, Seth? When you put yourself out there, that's what happens, okay?
True.
That's what happens. And I'm sorry you got your feelings hurt. But now they put out this order, telling people, again, they can't say anything about Seth. Fine, your feelings are hurt. You don't want people saying negative things about you. Okay, whatever. But for God's sakes, these people are helping you find your child. What is wrong with you, man? What is wrong with you? Who is advising you? Who in the name of God is telling you to do this stupidest thing I've ever heard of a parent of a missing child to do? Ever.
I'll tell you.
My God almighty. The thing is that when Seth first came out, after we dealt with Chris Proudfoot and Katie, and Chris Proudfoot proudly saying that he hit Sebastian with a belt, that disgusted me, and I said it to his face. I thought it was abusive. I don't think it's abusive. It was abusive, and it was horrible. Seth came out, and Seth was calm.
I agree.
Seth, yeah, he revealed a lot of information, but you could forgive him because, my God, his son is missing, and he's frantic. We were on his side. And then something happened. He started being advised by people that I don't even know what to say. Who does that? Who sends out a letter to people who are trying to help find your son, for God's sakes, and tell them that they're not allowed to talk about him and they're not allowed to talk about the efforts to locate Sebastian? Who do you think you are? Good God almighty, come down off of your high horse. You should be thanking people for talking about Sebastian. You should be out there saying, thank you for getting his word out. Thank you for putting out flyers. Thank you for searching for him.
Get it, girl?
Instead of doing this bullshit. And it makes me so angry. I've been so mad all day. I have never seen a parent do anything like this. This is obscene. It is ridiculous. And you know what? We didn't get one of those letters, and I don't care if we did. Websleuth.com and this channel will always talk about Sebastian, but we're going to do it without any of the gossip and the bull, Seth. And if we want to say something about you, you know what? We're going to. So get over it. Get over yourself. Good God almighty. Who does that? And Chloe, the one person that I personally know who has been breaking her back looking for your son, not asking for money. It's money out of her own pocket. And get this, she has a great team here. Let me grab it here. It's the V-SAR team in Tennessee is the search group that she's working with. That's V-SAR in Tennessee. Those are all volunteers, and they have been working like crazy, trying to find your son. And you send a cease and desist, not just to Chloe, but to a whole bunch of people, saying that they can't talk about Sebastian and they can't talk about the efforts to locate him. Are you kidding me? Who is telling you to do this, man? Obviously, nobody has experience when it comes to being thrust into the spotlight. But whoever is telling you this is a good idea, first of all, that attorney, really? Is that attorney going to take on the First Amendment? Because guess what, Seth? You're a public figure. You went out there and started talking. Boom, public figure. Not if that attorney charged you money, whoa, you're a public figure now, man. And your son.
Do you see why he popped up on panel? Before she played this entire thing, she didn't even get to play the whole thing.
Needs all the publicity they can get. You know what? Mark Glass, I can tell you, if somebody said something negative about Mark Glass, he would care less. As long as you kept talking about Polly Class.
Yep. Absolutely.
Look it up if you have never heard about Mark Glass, Klaas, and his daughter Polly.
I was going to bring him up as an example. Perfect, Trish.
Yeah, go ahead. I need to calm down.
Perfect example.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, what Polly's missing, Mark was there begging everybody to help. Everybody, please help find his daughter.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't any of this kind of bullshit and drama and this person can't talk or this person can't and I need a PR person. He was on the news begging people to please help find his child.
Exactly. He didn't care what they said about him. He didn't care.
Yeah. And he's an amazing example. And what did he do?
Thank
they
you,
went
Lee,
on to
for your
create
panel.
the foundation where they help search for missing children.
The Class Kids Foundation. Exactly. 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 And again, Seth, in the beginning, you were this heartbroken dad. I had so much sympathy for you. You know, in fact, I always got accused of favoring you. In that interview, that Chris and Seth came on my live stream one night with Chloe and Heather, the private investigators. And I got so much crap because I would tell Chris to stop talking because he was talking over Seth. But I was just trying to give everybody a fair chance. That's all. And when Chris would start going off and getting mad because people claimed he owned a funeral parlor and that for some reason set him off and he got mad at us for it. God, I can't even begin to explain it. I don't understand this, man. These people are helping you keep the word out about your son. Do you not
want his face out there? Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Get over them hurting your feelings. Okay? Get over it. You brought that on yourself with your behavior. For God's sakes.
Damn.
This is unbelievable. Absolutely. And Ms. Harmony, my heart breaks. My heart breaks for Sebastian. It really does. It absolutely does. I can't imagine what that young man has had to go through. Now that both parents have shown us, both sides have shown us their true colors. You know, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Yes.
Believe them.
Amen,
it is unbelievable. And again, I want to stress, there is nothing to suggest that Seth had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. There's nothing to suggest that Chris and his wife Katie had anything to do with it because nobody knows anything.
Exactly what she just said. There is no proof that anyone did anything to this kid other than the fact that they can't clear the three parents. There's something that's not allowing them to clear them.
Nobody knows anything. He just vanished. Yep. And Chloe and her team are out there searching. I want to make sure I get their team right. Hold on. VSAR in Tennessee are out there. They're using their own resources to search for your son. What is wrong with you? And you send this letter from an attorney? Are you kidding me? And you send it to a bunch of other people too, and they're all talking about it. And I don't think everybody got the same letter, but basically the gist of it is can't talk about Sebastian, can't talk about me, and can't talk about the efforts to locate Sebastian. Who the hell do you think you are? That is, you arrogant son of a bitch. How dare you? How dare you? I'm sorry. Can you talk about Sebastian now, Stacy? Tell us the things that we know about Sebastian because I need to calm down.
Okay. Well, I think we all know Sebastian loves the color green and he loves music. Is it The Eye of the Tiger is like his favorite song, which he has really good taste in? Because that's a great song. Do you remember when that song came out?
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's pretty much. I'll give you guys the link if you guys want to go watch this entire live. Yeah, I mean, I had to play her sentiments because I thought that they played it all last night, but it looks like they weren't even able to get it all out. Yeah, she's pissed. Rightfully so. Rightfully so, right? You agree with everything she said? A lot of people do. A lot of people are talking about it. So, all right, guys, I'm out. We're not doing our 7 o'clock live because this one went so freaking long. We're not doing our 7 o'clock live, but we are live tomorrow at 3 p.m. with a real lawyer, and we're going to ask him some real questions. So join me tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for joining today, guys. I appreciate all of you. We don't have our credits this Sunday. Sunjay? I don't even know if we're going to be able to get our video out. This happens to me every time. Am I frozen or what? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Are we still? What's going on? Can y'all hear me? Am I back? Let me know if I'm back. I had to refresh my browser. Weird. Well, now I'm not locked up, at least. Okay, cool. I thought I lost y'all. I was going to play my outro and I got frozen up, frozen solid, like an ice cube. All right, so what I want y'all to do now is dance this motherfucker out. Have a great rest of your evening. Enjoy your Sunday. And maybe I'll see you guys over on T-Rev's channel at 6 o'clock. I hear that he has a special live going on, so check out T-Rev, and maybe that will answer some more questions that we have. I know. Ice, ice, baby. See you guys tomorrow.
La, 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 la.
Thank you,
don't hold
Lux,
a
for
con-
becoming a member. All the times you thought we could not hear you, we could. Ah, I'm so glad. All right, have a great night, guys. I love y'all.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes,